Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, in his, out, his, in between us. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear me okay. Ladies, lovely jubbly. Good stuff. Thank you very much, people. Just set myself up. Have to excuse me. I'm just waking up because I had a couple of hours sleep because I hit a wall this afternoon. And if I'd not had a sleep this afternoon for a couple of hours, then I probably wouldn't be here right now. So big up to Lost Souls Paranormal for phoning me to make sure that I was awake. Hi, Alf and Sue. How you doing? Oh, Roger, it's horrible, isn't it, mate? You know, no, something you'd never even consider imagining is what chronic fatigue must feel like, and you know, like you, like I now suffer from it completely out of nowhere. Do you know? And that's the worst thing. It's different if you have to get used to it over time, but no. Yeah, the big man upstairs thought he'd teach us a lesson and see if we could cope with it overnight. And there we have it. Hey up, PS and I abusing their powers. Nice to see you. Alf, that's all we can do, mate. I know it's shit in it, but got good. Put my teeth back in. But we've got to keep pushing on, haven't we? Unfortunately. Warrior Wales. The 1187 neck punch crew. Oh dear. You're going to try and behave yourself tonight? Why's that? Can't be bothered to wash your sheets this evening? Is that what you're saying? Oh dear, Dan, see, it just can't be helped on this channel, unfortunately. There's innuendos everywhere. One must. I believe Tina is okay. I've not had any news to say otherwise, so I'm pretty sure she is okay. Hiya, Steve Mangan. Thanks for joining us. Mr. Nuts, hello. Jack Ablaze, how you doing? Burger Van Man, hola to yourself too. Nathan Benson, hello, good evening. Paul Essex, hello. Spence, nice to see you back. Michael Kent, how are you? Hibby Alex, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but good evening to yourself too. Hello, Cheryl. Sonic, how you doing, my friend? How's the Amsterdam? Hello, John. Amanda Sky, thanks for joining us. So now, just so you know, there's the video I put out on Friday with regards to the army vet being visited by police. Now, at some point this week, I'm going to do another video on that, just to speak about a video that I've seen that somebody else has made about that situation. But just wanted to say that particular video in 2 days has yielded, I think, just over 37,000 views in 2 days, and 400 and 410, I think 440 subscribers just from that video alone, which is absolutely epic. So if any of the people that have subscribed to the channel from the Hampshire Police Visits Army Vet over 30 words post, if any of you have joined us this evening and you've joined as a subscriber from that video, welcome to you all. But again, I mean, that has got an amazing amount of views, absolutely amazing amount of views. The number of subscribers that we've pulled up just from that video as well is absolutely amazing as well. It's incredible. So I want to thank everybody that shared that video, everybody that's commented on that video, because just by commenting and liking and things like that allows YouTube algorithms to say, oh, there's a bit of interaction going on here. People must like this video. Let's push it out to some more people. So we have, obviously due to those people that share, like, comment, it has put, I believe it has put YouTube in a position, the algorithms, to push that video out a little bit further than it normally does with my other videos. So big thank you to everybody who has contributed to that happening. Thank you. I'm on I do have normal cigarettes, but I'm on the vape as much as I can this evening, although you will see me put a couple of cigarettes in my mouth. As terrible as that is, tough. Oh no, Warrior Whales, do not stop. Do not stop. If there's a video that, excuse me, if there's a video that I put up that people like, then by all means share it. In fact, share all my videos, even if you don't like it. The thing is, as a creator, you're not going to be able to make videos that everybody agrees with. Now, because I also add my own opinion to videos, okay, and the reason I do that, as I've said before, is the reason I add my opinion to a video rather than just state the facts is because it then encourages people to talk about it. Some people don't agree with me, which is fine. It will cause debate. Some people do agree with me, which again is also fine, because they'll go and debate with the people that disagree with me. It's not about it's not about people arguing about somebody's opinion. It's about creating that debate around a particular subject. Now, I could do what all of the news channels do and just put it out boring and just put out the facts, but the problem with that is that which is boring, as I say. By adding an opinion to it, it creates that back and forth. It creates that debate. It creates, which is what I want. Which is what I like to see. I like to see people getting involved and talking and discussing things that I put up. So that's the reason, obviously, that I add my opinion to my videos as well. And it makes them a little bit longer than, maybe 30 seconds to a minute. But again, anybody that doesn't like my opinion or doesn't agree with my opinion, that's absolutely fine. I'm not going to fall out with somebody because we don't agree on the same thing, providing you're respectful in the way that you put across your disagreement. If you come at me like a few people have recently and start calling me names in the comments, then you're going to get responded to in exactly the same way as you approach me. So be warned. The mic's crackling a little bit. I'm not sure why. I'm not touching anything to do with it. It's completely away from me. I'm moving the cable at the moment. I'm not saying anything. Can you hear any crackling? You can. I wonder what that is. Maybe I need to get a new cable. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look into getting a new cable. It may be the cable's knackered. although I'm not sure why, because it never gets bent. But we'll do our best with what we've got for the time being, guys. My apologies if it is going crackly and it's annoying. I do apologise for that, but we will try and sort that out in the near future. Josie, how you doing? Great t-shirt. This is the one I'm wearing tonight. I shaved my balls for this. I didn't exactly shave my balls for this. I shaved them for a completely different reason, but still. Oh dear. Hello, Tina. How you doing? Jamie Cole. There's a new name. I don't think I've seen your name before in the comments. So I would assume, based on that, either you've changed your name from somebody that we already know, or you're a new subscriber that's joined in a live stream. So welcome to you if you are. These live streams, we don't have a particular topic. What we do, and again, for the people that have joined recently, what we normally do on these live streams is half of the live stream will open up the phone lines and we'll have people call in. Now, there is never a topic because I like things to work out fluidly. So we never have a topic on these channel on these live streams. You can phone up and talk about anything you like, whether it's to whistle blow, whether it's to call me names, whether it's to tell a story, whatever it might be. You can phone up, you can talk to us on the number that I'll show on the screen shortly. And then for the remaining half of the live stream, I normally do a live stream panel. And I get people on, and we'll generally just have a laugh. We don't want things to be too, what's the word? Serious. We don't want things to be too serious. Yes, we do speak about some serious issues, but but what we try and do is we try and have a laugh as much as we can, because especially after the whole lockdown fiasco, lots of people are still recovering from that, from relationship breakdowns, being left on their own, being feeling isolated and depressed. So we get a lot of people that phone up that just want to talk about their depression, because I've been through it myself. In fact, I still go through depression now. So I try and speak to people that just need somebody to speak to. Sometimes you just want to talk to somebody about anything, and people often phone up and use this as a way to have somebody to talk to when they've got nobody else to talk to. Other than that, as I say, we do the panel. With regards to the panel, I can't let anybody onto the panel that hasn't been around for a little while. And the reason I say that is because there are some absolute retards out there who do what they call porn bomb or gore bomb your channel. So they'll come on in the background of StreamYard. They'll wait until you give them access to the live stream, and then they'll play a video that is either pornographic or gory. We had some idiot a few months ago decide to play a video of what looked like a youngish person being sliced up the center with a big fucking knife. And that is not the kind of thing that we want going on this channel. It's just where people are trying to get shut down because they don't like us exposing things and bringing all of the stories that we do to one central place. So that's a bit of an overview of what we do and the rest of it. Teflon blue line swastika sticks. Dan, I almost got my tits out for the girls watching football. What do you mean almost? You should have done. Oh dear, Dan, that does not sound very good. Doesn't sound good at all. To be honest, I'll be honest, this whole England match, I was expecting them to win anyway. And the reason I was expecting them to win was if you think about it politically, you've got all these people going on about not calling them the lionesses anymore, which has put them in the paper and on the media, etc. Often or not, when somebody or something like a group or a group of people, often when they're in the media or when they're being spoken about on telly, something is going to happen soon. For example, you think about all of the singers, songwriters, artists out there. What happens before they release a new album is you suddenly start hearing them being talked about, being on talk shows, being in the news and things like that. And it's a publicity thing. And I think it's exactly the same with regards to this, this football situation today. Yeah, I think it's just to do with the fact that they want people talking about it. Now it's happened, and I didn't watch it. I'm guessing from the comments that they've won, because people are saying, that it was a good game and, well done to England, etc. So I'm guessing that they've won. But I would have thought that they would anyway, simply because, in the politicalisation of everything, it kind of makes sense that England were going to win after, all of this stuff in the paper about how they're not the lionesses, or they shouldn't be the lionesses. So there we go. That's just an opinion, obviously. If you've got a different opinion, let's hear it. I'm not averse to hearing other people's opinions. How did Lauren Fox just happen to be at the veterans' home when he was arrested? Well, this is something I want to talk about in a video upcoming in the week. I do agree with. I mean, you've obviously watched Hugo Talks as well. Now, I agree with some of what Hugo Talks has said. Absolutely agree with it. But there's some other bits that I don't necessarily agree with. I mean, it was said, and again, we've got no proof, but I have to go on what is evident. Okay. So I'll go on what is evident, and then I'll give an opinion based on what's evident. What is evident at the moment, and that doesn't mean it's the truth, it just means that is the evidence that's been, given over. Okay. So at the moment, we were told that the guy had a visit from the police, even the PCC of wherever she was from, Hampshire's Police and Crime Commissioner, turned around and said that the police visited the guy twice, visited him once, then arranged to go back a second time. Now, I've got to be honest, if the police visited me and then said they're going to come back, I would prepare myself for their return. I'd prepare myself for their return. I'd have somebody around here that can film the situation, regardless of what happens, just in case. I would make sure there's somebody here, if I could, who can record what is happening. Okay. But I would prepare for it. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility that the veteran, who I believe hasn't been named yet, but the veteran is or was able to contact one of these groups, either the Bad Law Project or the other one. I can't remember what it is. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that the veteran was able to contact somebody and say, look, police have come round today, they're coming back on such and such a day, and then somebody's turned up. That's my opinion anyway. It certainly could happen. It is within the realms of possibility that could have happened. It's something I would have done. So that particular part of it, I can't, at the moment, there's nothing to suggest anything different. So because of that, I can't turn around and say, no, that bit was bollocks or bullshit. But yes, when the mainstream media all start harping on about the same thing, then generally do need to look at that and say to yourself, why are they all going on about it? I mean, the stuff that I talk about on the channel with regards to the police and everything else, it's not something that everybody talks about. It's not something that all of the mainstream media talk about. Most of the stuff that I bring to the channel is only discussed in local rags. in, for example, the Manchester Evening News is not in mainstream media. Some of the stuff does get into mainstream media, but most of it, when I'm talking about the police doing bad things, doesn't get into mainstream media. This has, again, it's not necessarily doesn't necessarily mean that just because it's in the mainstream media, because an awful lot of independent media outlets have put this story out as well. So what I'm trying to say, I think, is that I do agree with Hugo Talks on some of his points. Some of the stuff I don't necessarily agree with. But again, your opinion is your own, and that's absolutely fine. And I respect your opinion, as I do with some other people who have commented on that video. So, yeah, obviously don't want to fall out with anyone because we've got a different opinion. But just to put myself clear on where I stand with regards to that. Hello, Mia. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you? DJ Samuel, how you doing? Glad to hear it, Mia. Glad to hear it. I was going to say something, and what was it? I was going to say something, and it's completely slipped my mind. No, Margaret, you're absolutely welcome, and thank you for your comment. Again, not to knock your comment whatsoever, because it is a totally valid comment. Just that, as I say, we want to have discussions about these situations because it's the only way we learn anything about them. You know what I'm saying? So much appreciated. So what's going to happen regarding the members only live stream? Jackablaze says, right. Well, Jackablaze, I've already decided next Sunday is going to be the members only live stream. And that is for people who are channel members, not subscribers, but for channel members. And those are core members of the community who support the channel through the channel memberships. Within that, and I might as well talk about this now because I want people getting to a point where they go, oh, fucking hell, I can't watch anymore because these live streams do go on a bit. So rather than talking about it later, I'll explain it now. Next Sunday, we're going to do a members only live stream, which will start around the same time, between 8 and sort of 8:15 or so. It's for people who are no Jackablaze, no. They're for people who are members of the channel, not subscribers, but actual members of the channel. Any member of the channel will be able to access the live stream. There's three tiers. Even the lowest tier, I think, is £1.99 a month. £1.99 a month. I lose more than that down the back of the sofa every week. £1.99 a month. Even if you're a £1.99 a month member, you get access to the members only live stream. That members only live stream, by the way, will be the first place where I do a new giveaway. I haven't done a giveaway for quite a while, but that members only live stream is where we're going to do the first giveaway. And it's in the kitchen. It's in the kitchen. Hang about. How come you was hearing me while that was on mute? That's very strange. Has my sound changed at all, people? Do I sound any different now? La 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 la. Does it sound any different? No. That is peculiar. Because my microphone in OBS was on mute, but I'm still coming through to you. Okay, no problem. Hello, Henry McKenzie. Thank you. sounds the same. Okay, cool. Right, give me 1 second, guys. I just want to go grab something to show you what one of the giveaways that will be given away. Literally, it's in the other room. I will be 30 seconds at the most. Just hang tight, and I will be back. And we're back. So, members only live stream next week. Got a t-shirt to give away first of all. I'll show you what that t-shirt looks like. So it shows the right way on the screen. Somebody said, don't talk to bastards. So that's the t-shirt that will be getting given away in next week's live stream. So that's the first one. Now, that particular t-shirt is more of a woman's t-shirt because it's got a little girl on the front talking to a copper. Although you could still wear it if you're a bloke, no problem there at all. But that is, sorry about the noise, that is what's going to be given away first of all. Now, I ordered myself something a couple of weeks ago, which arrived a few days ago, which is a wireless lavalier mic for a mobile phone. Now, this is actually quite good, I've got to say. This one's got 2 microphones with it and a receiver. You plug the receiver into the bottom of your mobile phone, either a Type-C. They also do iPhone attachments as well. Plug it into your iPhone or your Samsung or whatever it is you've got. Turn on the microphone, clip the microphone on, and you've got a great little wireless lavalier microphone for your phone. So you can be up to 20 meters away from your phone and it can still pick you up with perfect clarity. I've got this one for myself. I've ordered 2 more. I've ordered another Type-C and I've ordered a iPhone adapter one as well. So when they get here, one of those will be given away in my normal regular live streams. So the live streams for people that are not members will have a chance to win one, and the other one will be given away within the members live stream. So that's what's happening moving forward. PS and I abusing their powers. I'll send you a link in Facebook, mate. If you want to drop me a message on Facebook, just stick a message in the private message and just say how much is the wireless mic, and I'll send you a link to it, my friend. Get myself comfortable. Surprised YouTube hasn't banned me for showing the gay pride swastika. To be honest, Danny, and I've got to be fair, somebody commented on that video, and I responded to them earlier about that. And like I said to them, Hugo Talks, another channel, Hugo Talks, said that, this kind of thing with Lawrence Fox turning up conveniently and, the police standing around letting Lawrence Fox say what he had to say. And it did strike me as very odd that the police were standing around, by the way, so I'm not going to knock that at all. But Lawrence Fox is supposed to have turned around and said to camera, and I think I do remember him saying it, something about, oh, be warned, people of the UK, you post something on social media, like, and it's a little bit against the grain, and they're going to put you in handcuffs. Now, with regards to that, to be honest, I have been trying to get them to come round and see me, simply because it'd make a good video. But even though I'm sometimes a little bit controversial in the things that I say, not majorly, obviously, as most of you would agree with, I would imagine. But what I do like to sail close to the edge sometimes, and I've been waiting for the police to turn up to have a word with me about my thinking, but they never have, and it's really annoying because I'm, all set for them to turn up and record it for a very interesting video, but they just don't bother with me. They just don't bother coming around. So, I post, something that somebody's posted that's got him at trouble, and I post it and I get ignored, and it's actually quite annoying. Oh, actually, yes. I've just reading your comment there, Lost Souls Paranormal, to Nathan Benson. If you've also got a laptop with a Type C connector, this lavalier mic will also work with that. So if you've got a Type C adapter or connection on your laptop, you can use this lavalier mic. Plug and play. You can use it. Just plug it into your laptop and it'll work. So it's actually really cool. Right, going to give it a few minutes, and then I'm going to open the phone lines, and we'll get some calls going. This filter thing has seems to have some more. Well, it's updated, so I'm presuming it. Excuse me, I'm presuming it has some more more things going on. Let's have a look. What's that? Oh, there we go. I've got a pig crown. There we go. Let me just come down a little bit. So I've got a crown that is made of a jelly pig. There we go. That's a new one. Oh dear. What else have we got? What else is new? Let's have a look. Not a great deal. Oh, I've seen this thing, this screen swipe thing. That doesn't work. That needs to be on a phone by the looks of things. Yeah, we don't seem to have too many new ones. I think. We have another. Yeah. No, doesn't seem to be many new ones. There's some more terrible ones, I can assure you of that. Oh, I don't like that one. Right, anyway, doesn't seem to be many new good ones on there. So we'll have to stick to the original ones. I'll tell you what I forgot to do again today. I forgot to look. There's a program that I can link up to my YouTube that has been in the back of my mind to use recently, but for quite a while now. I keep, especially on a Sunday, which is really the only day that I get to do anything for myself. And I keep meaning to look into this to add it to the channel so I can do things like put timers on the screen and things like that. But yeah, but I keep forgetting. So what I'm going to be doing is calls, general calls tonight again. If it's a general call, and when I say general call, I mean if you want to call up about anything other, if it's a mental health call, as people that watch this channel regularly know, I will give those people more time because sometimes people need somebody to talk to, don't know what's going on in their life, and I've been there myself and I've needed people to talk to. So I give those people more time simply because I want to try and help them if I can. Any other type of call will be limited. So you're going to need to keep an eye on the clock because I'm sure everybody in the chat will keep an eye on the time for me as well. But the normal calls we're going to limit to, what should we limit it to, guys? 10 minutes or 15 minutes? 10 minutes or 15 minutes per call. Let's see what people say in the comments. Remember, this channel is about you guys, so let's just get you involved as much as possible. The majority of, hello, Princess Angela. The majority of people are saying 10 minutes at the moment. 5 if it's crinkle. Yeah, it seems. Yeah, it seems that 10 minutes is the. Sorry, yeah, camera's shaking. That's my fault. It's because my hand's resting on the desk, and I'm moving my hand. Right. Okay, so we'll make it 10 minutes. We'll make it 10 minutes. I will keep my phone in front of me, so I can try and remember to press the button. But I will have the core community, no doubt, will be telling me when my time's up. At which point, without being, so I'm going to say this now, so I have to say it on the call. At which point, we'd have to wrap the call up because, hang on a minute, we're not answering calls yet. So, oh, now that's put me off. Somebody trying to call through then. Yeah, I'll say it now that after 10 minutes, we're going to have to wrap the call up quickly to let somebody else on. And I'll say that now so I haven't got to feel guilty for kicking you off on the phone call at the 10-minute mark. And also, you can call in again a little bit later if you want to. We'll be taking calls for about 2 hours. So you can always call back or try to call back and try and get through again. But 10 minutes is going to be the limit, folks. So hoping this works okay. There we go. 01515289590 is the number to call. 01515289590 is the number to call. You can, if you are a Skype user already, you can try searching for Dan Papp, which has got which is it, that logo down there. It got as the profile picture. Hello, caller.
Hi, Pat, it's Bumblebee.
Hello, Bumblebee. Well, just 1 second.
Hi.
1 second, Bumblebee.
Sorry.
Let me just make sure people can hear you first of all.
Okay.
Can you let me know if you can hear Bumblebee there?
Hello, chat.
There might be a few seconds delay.
Yeah.
Bumblebee. So yes, you can. Yes. Bumblebee, before you start, let me just say how incredibly sorry I am.
No, I was phoning in to thank your community. Firstly, to say thank you very, very much for the support offered, especially Lucifer. Sadly, my mum died the very next morning. I haven't processed it. That's all I want to say about that. But also want to give you an update that I have possibly got an interim respite placement set up.
Okay.
I have an assessment on Tuesday, so fingers crossed. But you know, I'm trying to keep going, and I'm doing the ostrich syndrome regarding my mum, because I just want to get by the get to the assessment, and then I can maybe let go a bit.
Yeah, of course. No,
so I just want to say thank you, every single one of you in the community, people that have spoke to me on chat, and you know, in like the Discord, in the Facebook. Thank you. Yeah, and appreciate some of you are going through a loss as well. And yet he reached out, so thank you very much. Right.
This is one of the things I love about the community. We've got the core community is so connected. Do you know what I mean? Everybody talks to everybody, and nobody likes to see when somebody else is suffering. And genuinely, if somebody can see that somebody is in need, you know, the fact that so many people are willing to reach out and try and offer some assistance or help to those people absolutely fills me with pride that we've built, you know, a community of people in such a way. But I am genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, so to hear about what happened. I was so shocked when you said it in the Discord as well.
Yeah, I can see Lucifer isn't around, so if I'm not around later or when he comes on panel, if you can thank him for me. I did message him to say what had happened. I may well go down to the funeral. I'm not quite sure of what's going on yet, so you know, but I literally got told the next morning by text message, very cold-hearted, from a family member that I thought I could, you know, connect with. But wow. Yeah, so but I don't see Lucifer in the chat unless I'm, you know, mistaken. But
he does know. He does know, by the way, what happened.
Yes, he does. Yeah, I texted him. I messaged him in Discord because he'd been in hospital for his arm, hadn't he?
That's right. It might just be, you know, he's had the operation on his arm. It might have taken it out of him. He might have been sleeping a bit more. You know, there could be any reason why.
Yeah, no, he actually offered for me to contact him when I'm ready. But I just wanted to contact you as a community and say thank you very much for your love and support, and thank you for rallying round to try and help me see my mum. But it wasn't going to be, you know. I haven't processed it. When I do, I know it's going to be bad. But hey, you know, one day at a time, 1 hour at a time, whatever it is.
Well, just remember there are still people out there. Just because we offered to help you before doesn't mean nobody's willing to help you if you need it now. Okay, just remember.
Yeah, I think the funeral might be later in the month, but I'm unsure if I'll go down because, as I said, I don't know how the relationship ever stood, and I wonder whether it. I was told to stay away by the power of attorney, my cousin and my uncle, you know, with a hidden motive. But I had heard from one of my aunties that, you know, she would love to have talked to me. So, yeah, Brummy, I've got your email. If that's okay, I'll drop you an email soon. I'm not processed it yet, Brummy, and I hope all things are going forward with you as well, since we last talked, because me and Bummy have done a similar career in the past.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'll go through the chat later and have a check. Yeah, Lost Souls, it is a shit way to be told, and to be told like 5 weeks prior that Mum went into hospital, she might not make it, and then she did make it, and then to be told, like, you know, my uncle told me on the phone then, but then to be told cold, like literally Monday morning by text.
Horrible.
I don't understand some people sometimes, and I've done nothing to harm that guy. And I just want to say massive thanks to Tina, who's been supporting me as well when she can, and I hope she feels a lot better soon.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not trying to make light of anything whatsoever, but no. The fact that you got told is a step further than what happened to somebody in a story that I'll be talking about tomorrow. Somebody had to find out via social media that their mum had died. Because and this is a slightly different situation. This person's mum died, but she collapsed and died whilst walking her dog in the woods. And it took 3 days for the son to find out she was dead. And even then he found out on social media. I mean, how, you know, something like that is shocking, but being told by a family member by text is it's not so much shocking, it's more disgusting, if you ask me.
And as I said, that until Sunday morning when I got told that Mum was on end of life care, and I said, please make sure my mum's hydrated and not starved. I know what the Liverpool, you know, end of life pathway is. I never got a response from that. And then Sunday night I got a response saying that, you know, she was sleepy. Well, she was on a sedative. We know which one, and morphine, you know, the one that Hancock bought, no doubt. And you know, like, I hadn't heard from my uncle for 9 days. So I thought she was doing okay in those 9 days. You know, she'd gone back to a nursing care home. It seems an okay one, but I don't know. You know, and then, you know, I get told, oh, your mum's deteriorated on the Sunday morning. Then 24 hours later, she's gone. I don't think I'll get any answers out of family, but I might be tempted to go to the funeral to show my face, you know.
Well,
I don't know. I have to see what I can manage.
You might regret not going. That's the thing, isn't it? You know, and I know it's a difficult situation to be in, and, you know, as you say, that you've got, you know, you no doubt you're going to be there. Things are going to be like on tender hooks, and, you know, with relationships, frayed relationships and stuff. But you know, not going could be. And I'm not telling you to, by the way.
No,
I'm not telling you what to do.
Yeah, no, I know.
You know, the last thing you want to do is be in a situation where you blame yourself maybe for not going and saying goodbye. You know, you don't necessarily, I suppose, have to go whilst everybody else is there. If that's going to be too much for you, then maybe go down there and wait until it's over, and then go and say what you need to say to your mum at the graveside. Maybe just an idea.
When I spoke with my therapist, who's away this week, so I'm trying not to break down over the bereavement this week, which is going to be hard. I've talked about, like, that I've got complex grief. I lost 5 people in 18 months, and my dad was the first one ever I lost in that 5. Never dealt with a death in a personal way, just professional in the ambulance service.
Yeah.
So, you know, there had been deaths when I was younger, but I was always, you know, caught more from it. You know, like, there are certain things that I will not go and do that I did with my dad, which I was forced to. And one is go to the chapel arrest. I still get flashbacks from that now, and other flashbacks. So it is on my terms, and, you know, I will have to see, and I will have to make a decision on, you know, what I can manage, what I can do with resources, you know.
Of course.
But Sarah asked if I've got anybody to go with me at the moment. No, and I don't really know when it is. I think I've received a letter, but I'm waiting until after this assessment for another respite placement, which is within 10 miles of where I am, and it looks okay. You know, and I've done a bit of research into that, and so is Tina. Massive thanks, Tina. But yeah, I'm just go, you know, write down, you know, and try and work it out myself whether I go or not.
Are you Lost Souls Paranormals just put into the chat there? Are you able to go and say your goodbyes while she's in the funeral home?
You mean like the chapel arrest? I guess it's possible, but I'd have to travel 130 miles each way. One thing my therapist had said, that the things that I wanted to say to my mum is put in a letter, seal it, and ask for it to be put in a coffin, right. Which I think is good that it goes with her. But when I saw my dad in the chapel arrest, it was an open casket, and I can't do that. I cannot do that.
Okay, well, that's fair enough.
So I know certain limits, and I've got to go within my limits, and I've got to also accept that what's going on in like my care situation, and I don't want to end up in like in a hospital over it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Which because I put other people's needs first with my dad, I looked after my mum for 5 weeks in the same room. Basically, I came back to this area, and a few weeks later I got sectioned because I neglected my needs. So that's not what I'm going to do this time. And I haven't got the same setup as I had last time. I've got less like services involved, but you know, I'm just one day at a time, you know.
Yeah.
And when it's right, I'll break down, but I'm just trying to hold it all together. But I do feel like I'm being an ostrich, you know, bury your head in the sand, stick your bum in the air. But easy
to do. Don't forget that there are people out there that do, you know, in the community that do genuinely care, and you know, want to try and help people if they can. Might not be able to, but you know, at the very least, they get an ear to bend. Do you know what I mean? And sometimes just talking alleviates quite a lot of pressure, and you know, helps people understand some of the things that they're feeling just by getting it out into the open. So, you know, please don't forget that.
And I know that it's the anniversary of that young lady I asked you to look into, the friend that police failed her. It's her anniversary of the suicide coming up this month. So I'm literally, that's why I haven't moved forward with that review. And, you know, I'm just trying to take on board what I can cope with.
Of course, absolutely. Listen, life gets in the way. Totally understand it. It's constantly getting in my way. I have to keep punching it out of the way. But excuse me, absolutely no rush. You know, to do anything. You take your time. Take as long as you need. Just think about yourself for a little while. You are the most important person at the moment to you. So, you know, make sure that you are okay before worrying about anything else.
Yeah. Brummy, I've seen your comment. I'm trying to watch everybody's comments, but it's quite hard. Angela, I know the Liverpool care pathway was quite inhumane. That's why I said in text, like, please don't starve my mum, get some fluids up, and, you know. But I don't really know what's gone on. I don't think I'll ever find out, because if I'm going to be told by a text message, you know.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, anyway, thank you very much. I'll jump off the phone and I'll be in chat. I just got to go and do a little something, you know.
No worries.
Go and get some food. So, if ever anybody is stuck at home, wants a really good, decent Sunday roast, Toby, brilliant. Really cheered me up today. And I've still got sticky toffee pudding to eat.
Ah, sounds nice.
Yes. So I've missed my roast dinners. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
You're an amazing community. All right. Take care, Dan. Look after yourself.
You too. I'll speak soon.
Stay strong, everyone. Bye.
Bye, Bumblebee. Bye-bye. Oh, hello, good evening and welcome.
Dan?
Hello? Oh, fuck me, it's not you again.
Right, I thought I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I'll ring them. Surprise!
Oh, well, you've surprised me.
Well, obviously, first thing, let me give my condolences to Bumblebee. God rest her mum's soul, home to heaven, with her ever-growing, ever-loving heavenly family. It was quite sad to hear that.
Of course.
Especially she hasn't had a chance to say her piece, you know.
Yeah, that's. I suppose that must make it very difficult when you've got things that you need to get off your chest and you don't get a chance to.
But yeah, obviously, my good brother Dan. But obviously, Dick Bumblebee, if you're listening, your mum can still hear you. You know, she's not gone. She's only passed home to heaven. She's still with us in a better place. You can speak out loud to her, and she can hear you. You can have your say with her in whatever way you see fit, my good sister. Whether it's in writing, put it in a coffin, as you said to Dan earlier in the chat there, the brothers and sisters in the chat, or whether you just want to talk in your room. Believe you me, my good sister Bumblebee, your mum can hear you. Believe you me. But quite sad, and I had a similar situation with my nan when I lost my nan, and I was obviously going through a difficult time myself, and my nan did, apparently, from what I could gather, what I was told from my broken family, is that my nan didn't want me to know, and I don't know if I believe that or not. When I went to see her in the wake, the open casket, a bit like what Bumblebee said there, it was my nan, but it wasn't my nan. Do you get me? She'd gone.
Yeah.
It's just her body. So I had my speech with her, and I said a few things, and I shed a few tears, and I put a pound in her coffin because she loved a bit of bingo. And I said, Nan, you know, you can have a game of bingo at me, never on me. But it's not quite the same, and I totally understand where Bumblebee's coming from. And I had more, I don't know, Dan, I had more of a, you know, a sort of, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, Dan. I found it better to just talk when I got home as well to her out loud, which I continue to do to this current day.
Yeah.
On a lighter note, I don't know if you know something. I don't know if you know, Sake. I just want to let you all know, you brothers and sisters, but it's not coming home. It's come home.
So I've heard.
You got to give it to the good sisters of the English football team there for the England. Yeah, wow, mate. What they've done, Dan, they've been really good in that tournament. I've been on the edge of my seat with a few of the games that I've managed to see. And they've put a little bit of great back into this country. It's been kicked out of the last couple of years. The great's been kicked out of this country. And they've really put a smile on my face. It's a madness, isn't it, when you've got a football match that can bring the United Kingdom together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't do football anymore these days. I used to. I've not bothered with football for a long time. I occasionally watch the England matches, but to be honest, with regards to, as I said earlier, and you may have missed it, the fact that the female English football team was in the newspaper talking about them, talking about how, you know, how they're called the Lionesses, and
was they trying to put them down again, Dan? Was they?
No, I think people were trying to say they shouldn't be called the Lionesses or something because
ridiculous. Why not? Because there's been a diversity, my good brother Dan. There's not many black players in there.
Well, no, I think it's misogyny that particular thing. I think it's misogyny, calling them Lionesses and calling the male
men's team Lions.
I mean, who gives two shits? First of all,
well, why can't we call them Lionesses? They're female.
We can call them what we want.
See what I mean, my good brother and my good brothers and sisters in the side chat. Yeah, this earthly world's gone backward, mate. Every time you do a positive thing, like there's no way that any of them beautiful sisters in the football team of England, the female football team, they don't give two rats. You could call them Harry, Billy, and Cuthbert Pie for all they give a shit. They're out there putting smiles on faces. They've had to work double hard to get where they've had to get to, with little or no support. And now they've got that little bit of support. All of a sudden, from years of no one saying absolutely nothing, they want to start mentioning something now on the crust of the final. You get me, Dan? It's all been done yet again by this satanic backward world that is fast becoming because of these soulless brothers and sisters. It's been done to just upset the flow of them girls, and I'm so happy for them that they didn't let it get to them, and they went out there, and there was no doubt in my mind they was winning that, until of course Germany equalised, and then the cushion got put over the face.
Well,
and at one stage, I contemplated eating it.
Just going back to your to the comment you said about the lack of diversity. Now, if you think about it, right, I don't know, because I've not been looking at this as a political thing, which I don't get involved with. I don't know if people have been calling it racist that there's no minority groups within the English football team, like women's English football. Now, to me, when I look at it, I think to myself, the majority, as far as I'm aware, of football players that are of any good in the world,
of a black colour.
Exactly. Okay. So so the women's English football team wouldn't turn somebody down just because they're black. If they're any good, they would bring them on.
You know that, my mucker. We all know that. It's these soulless brothers and sisters that are just trying to cause a real problem. These people are not happy, Dan, unless they're causing problems for other people's earthly lifetimes. That's what they get a buzz off of. That's what they live for. They don't care about upsetting the majority. They are the minority. And that's what we've got to remember in this country, in this whole earthly world. They are the minority. And we keep wrapping them up in cotton wool. We keep giving them a platform. We're putting them in the newspaper. We're putting them on GNTV. We're putting on BBC News. Why don't these people, these soulless idiots that are working in the media, go, do you know what? You're a minority. You're boring. Yeah, you're absolutely boring. You're boring me to tears, and I don't want to give you any airtime. Can you please leave, and we'll get you a cab back out the building, because we keep giving these a platform, Dan. And then, of course, it brings other idiots out that see their divvy soulless brothers and sisters getting some airtime, and then they start performing, Dan, and they think, hang on a minute, I'm a little bit bored. It's a Monday morning. I've got nothing better to do. Let me make a few complaints to Ofgem, Ofcom, or any other bloody organisation. And it's disgusting. And I'm like I said earlier, my good brother Dan, I'm so pleased the girls didn't let it get under their skin. They've obviously got a good manager. That manager reminds me of Sven-Göran Eriksson, that female manager of theirs, the England team.
Yeah, your text earlier said.
Yeah, it looks like Sven, doesn't it? Sven, the only difference is she's a winner. And you know what? They're going to really laugh at it, are we? You can imagine them women back home with their boyfriends or partners. Well, you men can't do a thing, can't you? You can't do multitasking, and you can't even win football matches.
Well, I'm just going to put something. Sorry, I'm just going to put something to bed there. Okay, this whole multitasking thing, and I still hear it from women all the time. NASA, okay, and the Marines, I think it was, did a scientific experiment on pilots. Okay, I think it was, and it turns out that there is no such thing as multitasking. Okay, what it is people are better at prioritizing, but there's no such thing as actually multitasking. You know that this whole doing two things at once. Yes, I can pick a lighter up and light my cigarette whilst moving the mouse with my other hand. That's not really multitasking, but a proper multitasking. There is no such thing as it. It's a scientific experiment, a scientific conclusion.
Mind you, Dan, can I just interject to be rude? I'm so sorry, brother. I wouldn't believe anything that comes out of NASA's mouth, because I've seen them banning people from talking about Father Jesus. So, I've been watching that the last few weeks, where there's been an uproar in the NASA building, from what I can gather, where you cannot talk about Father Jesus, which is absolutely ridiculous. What are these people playing at?
Well,
people can't.
I've not heard of that, to be honest.
Honestly, brother, it's out there on the internet. It's out there, and then also I see a channel. I forget what it was now, where I was watching like Bubba. You know the golf player Bubba from America.
No, I don't.
He won a Masters years ago. And they were showing all different clips of these, what we call celebrities, or what we refer to as celebrities. And they were sort of thanking and going and thanking and about to thank Father Jesus. And feeds were being cut. People were blocking out the word Father Jesus. I couldn't believe what I was actually seeing, Dan. Now, I'm not banging my gums about Daddy Jesus on your feed, but come on now. We're talking about a man that lived and died on the cross for us and sacrificed his life for us, and we can't actually compliment him and praise him up for what he actually done without people pulling the plug. Yeah. And it's something that's very, very wrong with this country and this world as a whole. If you've got a human being, a brother or sister that's good like me, you and the side chat there, and they want to have a little bit of decency, a bit like my good brother Tyson Fury, every time he wins a boxing match, God bless him, he always gives thanks and praise to the Lord Saviour Father Jesus.
Right.
You know, and I was horrified that we're coming to a society now where you can't actually have any faith in a higher power. And when you do have a faith in a higher power, like I do and like many others do, because this world's become so soulless now, Dan, and it really is an attack from the devil that's happened in the last few years. These people that are in forced positions of power, that have got the upper hand on us, can shut us down and stop us talking about things that might help people open up their third eye and have a little bit of a look in, you know? And it's all what's wrong, bruv, because we've got some serious problems on this earthly world, this earthly realm. And main problems is the amount of brothers and sisters that have actually sold their souls to the devil, Dan. Yeah. And if we can't open up their eyes because mainstream media are cutting off feeds and, oh, Father Jesus, he don't exist, he's a fairy in the sky, we'll just pull the plug. I mean, there was presenters huffing and puffing and rolling their eyes. I'm like, wow, I was so angry, bruv. Yeah. So angry. And I thought, what chance have we got as a society when there's lots of us that are trying to save our brothers and sisters from their own self, quite frankly, they don't realise what they've done. And then we're not allowed to do that, and we're getting shot down on the narrative because we're speaking too loudly and we're speaking too truthfully, and it's unacceptable. Yeah. It really made me angry. So NASA, you know, that put a man on the moon, go and put all yourselves on the moon and stay there and stay out of my eyesight, because it made my blood boil. I don't get angry much, Dan. I'm very slow to anger. It takes a lot to really wind me up. But that really got under my skin, and I contemplated seeing if I could throw my tablet over the moon. But then I sat and thought about it, Dan, and I stopped for a minute, and I literally, like Father Jesus went, remember the money situation isn't great, and that will cost you. So I stopped with that notion, and I sort of I thought, shall I eat the tablet like a digestive biscuit? And I thought, no, I better leave it, just calm down and have a cigarette. That'd be better. Yeah. But how are you? Are you all right, Dan?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, I had to have a little sleep before I came on. I hit a wall this afternoon, and
no, I hear you, my good brother. I'm suffering with terrible fatigue as well. I don't know if it's a mixture of ill. I'm on another course of antibiotics for this chest. Mental health obviously makes you very like physical health, but that chronic fatigue is an absolute, I mean, that is real hard work to try and overcome. I was watching the football, for example, the first half, and I was literally falling asleep sitting up on the sofa there. You know, and I had to fight to sort of stay awake because I wanted to watch the final.
Yeah.
But when that chronic fatigue sets in, there's pretty much nothing you can do but, you know, fight it or go to bed.
I know.
Absolutely horrendous it is, but so I'm in a good place at the moment. Now things are slow. I've been out a couple of times. I've actually been at the pub. I went up the pub on Friday. I went out at midday. Was it midnight? No, I went out sort of early, about 6 o'clock in the morning. I had a little coffee and a green tea. I sat and talked to the old girls down the cafe that I always talk to, Jean and Mandy. Right. I had a pleasant conversation with the old girls there. I always have a nice talk with the older generation. Then I sort of walked up to see my pal at the sunbed shop. I had a talk with her, that Lisa that you know. Yeah. that I sent you a photo of. And talking with her. And do you know what, Dan? It was hard. There was a couple of times I wanted to go home. The old legs started going. You know, you suffer anxiety. So the old legs started bouncing. I thought, oh, no, the old anxiety's creeping in. But the naughty one. I thought, no, I've got to go home. And then I had to fight that mental health, which obviously made me tired physically because you're fighting the narrative, which your brain is telling you, just go home. Just go home. That's what you want to do. You just want to go home, don't you? And of course, your physical body then fighting that motion to go home. I fought it. I went down the pub. I had a couple of beers. I had a few beers, had a burger, met all my friends that I haven't seen for a very long time, and end up staying out till 8 o'clock. So, done quite well. So I'm quite proud of myself. I've actually given myself a little pat on the back. I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back now, actually, Dan, as I talk to you. I don't do many pats on the back, Dan, because you can't spend them, but I will pat myself on the back.
All right. Listen, Scott, we're gonna have to wrap this up. It's been nearly 15 minutes now, mate. If you want to call back in a bit, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, the reason I rung in anyway is obviously because I don't know what happened to my tablet. I was charging my tablet for 6-7 hours. It hasn't charged up. God knows what some joker's doing to that from afar, which I should imagine they're doing hacking in. But it hasn't charged up, so that's why I've had to ring in. But I'll leave my charger to charge. I'll get off the phone now, Dan. Give you my love. Give the side chat my love. And I'll get off the phone now. And then what I may do is if you go on obviously I'll be watching, obviously. And then what I may do is if the battery charges up maybe 10, 20%, whatever, I might jump on the StreamYard maybe later on this evening.
No worries.
All right, God love you, mate.
All right, mate.
God bless you.
Take it easy,
and
Scott.
Take care, everyone in the side chat. Yeah, it's been nice to talk to you, Dan, as always. Yeah.
All right, brother. Take it easy.
Yeah, take care, my mate. Yeah.
Speak soon.
Ta-da, pal. Ta-da.
Ta-ta. Right, I'll just turn the volume down on that for a moment, so anybody can just bear with me a second. I'm a swinger. My apologies. I don't like to interrupt generally when I'm having a chat with somebody to respond to comments, which is why sometimes I miss them. So hello to you. Secondly, Ian. Ian Broadhouse, I'm not a religious person. I'm not a believer. Okay. But I respect people that have, I respect people's beliefs. If people choose to believe in something that I don't, because personally I've not seen any proof of, then that's absolutely fine. I'm not going to knock them for that belief. As I've said many times, opinions, let's discuss opinions and attack the opinion, not the person making the opinion. So I get what you're saying, I get where you're coming from, but excuse me, I'm not gonna kick people off or not talk to people just because they've got a religious viewpoint, because that's just as important to them as some of your views are to you. And if important to you, then it's important, and it's important enough to respect that view and that opinion. So just want to get that bit out. Where are we now? Hang on. Hello, good evening and welcome.
So you done?
Hello, who's that?
Hi Dan, it's Jay. How are you? You okay?
I'm not so bad, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. Thanks. Yeah, I was just reading your comments. What my thing is, Dan, I think I spoke to you a while ago. I was the one who tried to get me father out of Aintree Aussie and I got arrested.
Ah, right, yes, I remember that.
You remember? Yeah, okay, well, that whole incident revolves around, see what happened, my mother was on the Liverpool pathway and I witnessed my mother being murdered by Aintree Hospital. Now, for me, Dan, right, that's funny because I was reading the comments before and they said you should inform the police. Now, police confiscated all my equipment.
Yeah.
I had a body cam and I had bought my phone. They've still got it. They've still confiscated it for the evidence. But the 6 months on, sent me a letter saying that there's no further action being taken, but we're going to keep hold of it and keep it on record in case future events arise if someone wants to make a complaint. Now,
right.
If my understanding is the statute, do you know anything about the statute of limitations?
There is there's a piece of legislation off the top of my head. I can't remember it. I'll have to ask civil disobedience. He knows what it is. There's a piece of legislation that says that the police can only keep hold of your belongings for I think the word is reasonable amount of time. I'm sure that's the word, which means that, I mean, you look at me, the police have had my stuff since January the 12th.
Yeah.
It's now, February, March, April, May, June, nearly 7 months that have had my equipment. They don't need my equipment. They never needed it in the first place. All they needed was the memory cards out of it. But they've had it for nearly 7 months. And they tell me that it was a high-profile case, but yet they're telling me they still haven't got round to looking at the footage that's on it. Now, there is, as I say, there's a piece of legislation that says that they can only hold your stuff for a reasonable amount. I think the word's reasonable. It might be something else for a set of time. Yeah. After that time, you can then make submission to a magistrate's court for the court to then turn around and say to the police, "Why the fuck have you had it for so long? You should have dealt with it by now." And then then the magistrate's court should turn around and say, "Right, you've got, I don't know, 2 weeks to get the information you need, and then you need to return the stuff to who it belongs to." Civil Disobedience has done this, and somebody else has done this as well. I can't remember who it was, but there is a way to do that. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the legislation exactly, but I can find out for you.
Yeah, that'd be great, Dan. Yeah. See, another thing, Dan, right, is with them holding with them holding like the likes of my body cam and stuff. See, my body cam, right, has actually got. See, I filmed when I went in and witnessed my mum being murdered. I filmed everything, that, the ventilators and all that kind of stuff, and like the medical notes, all that kind of stuff. I filmed it. You know what I mean? So for me, really, I'm in no rush to get my stuff back, because the police now are complicit in the murder of my mother, and they've got the evidence. When I was getting interviewed, after being arrested for trying to release my father lawfully, I asked them there and then under the interview, so it's even on tape. I said, "How come you haven't arrested the nurses in the hospital for murder?" I said, "You've got all the evidence there on the body cam."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I put them right on the spot. Do you know what I mean? So I'm sort of, I'm in no rush to get me stuff back, because they're 100% complicit in the murder of my mum.
Yeah.
Simple as that. You know what I mean? So, but you know what, Dan, right? Can I, this statute of limitations, I think it's a cooling off period of 6 months. Now, see, if they've got no evidence and they haven't charged me with nothing after the 6 months, see, can I file against them? No.
Normally a summary offence should be taken. Should have to be in court within 6 months.
Yeah, but it hasn't.
I'm guessing that it's not an either way, because sometimes they just turn around and say, "Oh, it's an either way offence. It could be serious enough to go to Crown Court," which in some cases they're talking shit just to keep you on the line. But from what I saw of that video, there was no assaults. There was no, apart from the police grabbing hold of people and trying to get them out.
Yeah, there was no breach whatsoever, Dan. No.
Yeah,
no.
There was nothing there that I would class as an indictable offence, which doesn't necessarily have a statute of limitations. But as far as I'm aware, summary offences, which is what they're trying to say, isn't it? I mean, what would it be? Aggravated trespass, breach of the peace, maybe.
Yeah.
These kind of things are not things that you're going to go to prison for. Therefore, they should normally deal with it within 6 months. Now, have you spoken to a brief about all of this?
Oh, do you know what, Dan? To be honest with you, I don't trust them.
Right, well, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't trust them, mate, you know what I mean? Because they're all part of the system, you know what I mean? And they're just, I call them the legal devils, mate, because they're just legal liars, you know what I mean? And I have actually touched on it with a solicitor about a couple of months ago. And he said, "You know what?" He said, "I know people who are under that." He said, "And they've been in that position that you're going to be in for over 2 years."
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I thought, nah.
And it shouldn't be allowed. Absolutely shouldn't be allowed.
Definitely not. That's unlawful. You know what I mean? So this is why I want to sort of see. I want to put see for me. See why I know why they're holding me under lock and key is because as soon as they open that door, see, I'm going to get them for malicious prosecution. I'm going to get them for unlawfully locking me up.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it's I just wanted to know a little bit on that, Dan. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's be murdered my mum in Aintree in the Aussie. You know what I mean? This was the whole part of trying to get my father out.
Yeah, no, I remember.
I didn't want them to do it to my father. Do you know what I mean? So it was one of them, yeah. So
have you got my email address?
Yeah. No, is it on your website?
It's underneath the video in the description. policeabusingpals@gmail.com.
Or
from the website, I think, which
I'll get it. I'll get it.
.co.uk. But if you just drop us an email on there and just say it's Jay, I need the legislation for the stuff that the police might got. That will remind me tomorrow to then get in touch and look it up and get back to you with it.
Sound. All right, Dan. Yeah, you know what I mean. And for future reference, I could maybe in the future could do with your filming skills, mate. Because I've got a court case. I'm not going to mention nothing because it's in process at the moment.
Right.
But I want to, you know what I mean. I want to film it. You know what I mean. I want to film the whole fraud against the people. Because you know what, Dan? This is within the public's interest.
Yeah,
it's a national concern, not only for the people of England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, to the world, mate, because this is the biggest deceit perpetrated upon mankind.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I want to film it. I want to get it, like, you know what I mean? Because one all these to book, mate. You know what I mean? You know, because they're all complicit in this mass fraud. You know what I mean? You know, and some people say, "Oh, it's not fraud, and you just don't know how to play the game." But it's fraud by deception because they're not being transparent, mate. Have you ever come across the 7 Nolan principles of public life, Dan?
Yes, yeah. In fact, I've actually got it as a bookmark.
Yeah.
On my page here. I mean, I can show it. Quite easily, but I've got it in the bookmarks across the top of my top of my browser.
It's very apparent what these public servants have to abide by. Do you know what I mean? And one of them is transparency. One of them is honesty. Do you know what I mean?
Oh God, they piss all over it, don't they? Of course they do. The same as their own code of ethics.
Yeah, well, you know what? The amount of public servants I've asked you in all sectors, Dan, do you know what I mean? And none of them have got a clue what it is. Now that's concerning because that's like their memorandum.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That they must abide by. You know, and when you don't even know it, mate, you know what I mean? There's no conduct at all, mate. There's no law, as they say. There's no accountability. Do you know what I mean? But we've got to hold these scum accountable, mate. Do you know what I mean? It's
you know what makes me laugh is the fact that if you asked any copper what the Nolan principles are or what their code of conduct is, they wouldn't be able to answer. Now, I think this is in a video coming out tomorrow that I've already written. Thank you, Tiff. That I've already written the story for it, or the report for it. I just need to record it and whatnot. But one of the things coming out tomorrow is in the video I talk about how when I was a chef, I had to abide by the food hygiene regulations.
Yeah.
Now, I get tested on the food hygiene regulations before I get a certificate to allow me to cook. Now, if I fuck that up, I can kill somebody very easily. Okay, if I use a seafood knife on some chicken and feed somebody it, they could have an anaphylactic shock and die. That's my fault. It's on me. I go to prison. Okay,
even peanuts, all that kind of stuff. Very simple.
Exactly. There is a lot to think about in the food hygiene. Okay, you wouldn't think there is, but there is. Now that food hygiene thing does change occasionally. Okay, and we have to relearn it and get a new certificate every few years. You have to get a new certificate. Yeah. So we are reminded about that all the time in catering. You have to pass a test in order to get the certificate. The police, what they do is they get given a folder with this stuff in. They look at it for for maybe half an hour or an hour and talk about it for half an hour or an hour in one day's worth of training. It goes in their folder. The folder gets put away and they never look at it again. Yeah, the police need to be tested on this stuff. They, the code of ethics, for example, they need to be tested on it, and they should not be allowed out onto duty, onto patrol, whatever you want to call it, unless they can fucking answer or they can relay everything that's in there back to the sergeant or the officer. Okay, but they don't give a shit. This is an issue that we've got.
Yeah. Do you know what, Dan, right? It's quite funny you mention that because I had another case a while ago. I had them, he turned up, I've been fighting the fucking the electric and the gas for a long while, like, you know what I mean? And they turned up mob-handed, you know what I mean? And this young copper, You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I said to him, are you standing on your oath, are you, today? He said, yeah. He said, I've sworn, my oath is sworn to the Queen. I said, oh, is that correct? I said, can you say your oath? And you know what, Dan? It's the only one that swore the oath there and then on the spot.
Oh, he could say it, could he?
He could say it, yeah. This young kid could say it. Do you know what, right? I said to him, okay, now you swore your oath. I said, you know, the Queen swears an oath to God. I said, and use here to protect the people, not facilitate these agents, mate. I said, so now you've just confirmed that you swore your oath. You're here to serve and protect the people. I want you to arrest these.
Yeah.
He didn't. You know what I mean? He didn't, like, you know what I mean? Just facilitating, just gangs, Dan. That's all they are, mate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, legalised gangs, mate. You know what I mean? Not lawful, legal. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? So, but yeah, go on, Dan. I'll let you fly anyway, mate.
No worries. Listen, drop me an email just to remind me to look up that legislation for you.
Sound.
And as soon as I've got it, I shall let you know. And hopefully I should have it by tomorrow, so I should be able to let you know tomorrow. But there is something out there that it's an old piece of legislation as well. But there is something out there that says they can only keep it for for something like a reasonable amount of time before they've got to deal with it. So I will dig it out for you and I'll send it over.
And Dan, appreciate it. Don't forget, Dan, I could do with your professional camera skills at some point as well, because as I say, I want to expose these, because you know the world's waking up, mate. Do you know what I mean? And people are starting to question it more and more and more. Do you know what I mean? Which is good.
When you're able to talk about it, drop me another email and just let me know. Drop us a number and I'll call you and we'll have a discussion on the phone.
Super. Sound. All right, Dan. Thanks for your time, mate.
No worries.
Have a good evening, and hello to all your listeners, and keep safe, and keep fighting the system. See you later, mate.
Take it easy. Ta-ra, mate.
See you later, pal. Bye.
So, I mean, there's a few people, I'm going to get a call now, which is going to interrupt me talking. There's a few people, I think, that agreed with me when I said about... Hello, caller, just give me 1 second. Oh. Hello, caller, just give me 1 second.
Sweet Caroline, oh, ho, ho.
I don't recognise that voice. But just
give us... Hello, sweetheart. How you doing?
Oh, is that the...
Is that the what, dear?
I can't remember your name now.
You cannot forget such a name.
I can't remember the first part of your username.
It's Tarquin, for God's sake.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing lovely. You know, I've had such a lovely afternoon. Did you watch any of the football? You know, those lovely ladies all kicking around the balls.
I did not watch that. No, I'm not a massive sports fan these days. Not as much as I used to be.
England. Oh, sweet Caroline. Oh, it was just lovely. Oh, it was lovely. She ran along one of the players. She took her top off. She ran around in a bra. Oh, I tell you what, the guys all in the stands. Oh, they were cheering and roaring. I've not seen anything like it. I really haven't, Paps. Can I call you Pappy?
Call me what you like.
Pappy. Oh, yeah, that's so. Sorry, my voice is a little bit hoarse because, you know, of all the screaming and shouting when the goal went in. It's not my normal thing, football. I'm not really into it, you know.
Yeah.
Prefer something, you know, a little bit like, oh, I don't know, you know, just something, a nice cooking show or something. Or Alan Titchmarsh. You know, when he does that lovely gardening show in the afternoon and he gets his plums out and, you know, lovely plums, that man. Really
is he still doing stuff? Is he still doing stuff on the telly these days? I haven't seen him I don't watch the telly, to be honest, but I hadn't seen him for ages before I started.
He does a lovely gardening show in the afternoon. We did anyway. I've got a few tapes of it. And he has guests on, you know, and it's all very casual and relaxed and ha-has and ho-hos. and he has some journalists on, he interviews them, and then there might be some stars from the theatre, and it's all lovely. I think China Labney was on it or something. She's lovely voice. I could listen to her all night. God, she's gorgeous. You know, for someone who's 87, she looks bloody good.
Is she really that old? I know she's getting on, but I didn't realise she was that old.
I don't know, actually. You know, well, she must be about. I remember her in the New Avengers, and she used to run around with a Purdy haircut. You know, all the girls and boys are running around with Purdy haircuts. Yeah, she was gorgeous. And then I remember in Sapphire and Steel, she was with David McCallum in that. That was a brilliant show. That was back in the 80s.
Yeah.
She was really good. She's been in lots of good things. Ab Fab. Oh, I love doing Ab Fab. She's pissed half the time. You know, a bit like yourself on a Friday night, you know, legs in the air, all that sort of thing. So how have you been, dear? Anyway, you've been okay? I haven't listened to the last couple of shows because I've been a little bit busy, been doing bits and pieces. But it's lovely to say hello to the chat too. Can I just have a quick look at your chat and just say hello just to a few people that I may recognise or may not recognise? Let's go all the way back, shall we? Let's have we've got Princess Angela. Princess Angela, you are a diamond. She's such a good mod. You don't want to lose her. You really don't. Despite the rumours I've heard about her, you know, a bit of a party girl Saturday night. Oh, you know the type. Richard Upton, he's there. I know Richard Upton from some other chat room. Let's have a look. Who else we got in here? Familiar faces. Not yet. You've got loads of people in, though. You really have got loads of people in. You should be on LBC or Talk Radio, I think, because you've got a face for radio. You really have, Puppy.
I've been told many times.
Oh, look who I've seen in the chat room. Bumblebee T. Hello, Bumblebee T. I hope you're good. So I know you have a bit of a rough time, my darling, but be rest assured we're all thinking of you and we just wish the best for you. So I know you have really tough times, you're up and down, and so much going on in your life, dear. I just hope you're okay. And we are all thinking of you, really are. And talking about callers, last caller, because I think Bumblebee's been on before calling, hasn't she?
She was
the last
earlier,
caller.
Yeah.
She's she's absolutely lovely. I could take her for a drink. And I imagine she's a bit of a good time girl, you know, give her a few sweet sherries. She's the type of dancing on the table, you know, and really giving it all, you know, swinging her drawers in the air, all that sort of thing. Michael May, hello, darling. How are you doing? Tina Chave, that's a familiar name as well. Bumblebee, Bearded Veteran. Hello, Bearded Veteran. Hope you're doing okay, Mr. Nobody there. Another mod. You don't want to mess with Mr. Nobody because he is somebody. You cut your head off if you're misbehaving here. I think that's everyone I know, really. And there's loads of other people. You've got so many people on, and you're worse getting through. I've got more chance of getting through to my doctor than getting through to you. It's so busy. Your phone lines ring, ring, ring. No, all it goes is to answer phone. Really gets on my tits. Really does. Anyway, darling, I thought I'd just say hi, and I hope you're okay. Hello to Ryan's Rottweilers. Oh, you've just been deleted, so you're a naughty boy, so I'm not talking to you. Go on, you piss off. Go on if you're being horrible on here. Don't need any of that. It's a very nice, chilled out channel, this. Very nice indeed. We're also chilled out, bit of spliff, something like you can have a little smoke. You're just chilled out, sitting there. You might have a sweet sherry or half a shandy, and you sit there listening to Pappy. What could be more perfect on a Sunday evening? Really do.
I'm sure we've got a few. I'm sure we've got a few 420. What's the word? 420. Oh God, what's the word I'm thinking of?
I don't know, dear. I ain't got a clue.
What you whispered a moment ago.
Well, I whispered a moment ago.
Yeah, about having
about
having a smoke.
Oh yeah, having can I say doobie?
You can say doobie if you like. Say what you like on it.
Like having one of them. I love one of them. I only do it the weekends, and I have one of an evening, and I'll be sitting there nice wine glass in my hand, and just looking at you. It's as if you're looking into my eyes sometimes, Pappy, when you look straight into the camera. It does things to me. It really does things. It's lovely. And it just feels like you're here, and sure, everyone gets a bit lonely, don't they? I'm sure there's quite a few lonely people in the chat. Well, it's just, I just want to say, you're not alone. You have I and you have Pappy.
That's all you need. This is the thing. I've said before about the community. This is one of the things that I love about
very important. Sense of community. We can all be here together as one. All you have to do is call 0151 528 9590, and you could be talking to the king of the airwaves. You might have Skype. All you have to do is just put in Dan Pap, and then you can be on Skype and you can see each other. Just imagine if Dan can actually see you. Wouldn't it be a thrill? I am going to do it one day. I'm going to come on here. I'm going to be wearing something very fetching, and you're all going to be dazzled. You really are. You'll be so shocked to see me, but it'd be a nice shock. Sorry, I'm prattling on anyway. I am prattling on. I better go because I know other people want to get on and they want to talk some common sense. Hello, Josie Wales. Hello, Josie Wales. Lisa Stokes. How you doing, darling? I heard a rumour about Lisa Stokes, a bit of a rumour, but I don't know. I'll have to find out. But just watch Lisa Stokes. She can be a little bit, a bit like Princess Angela, actually. The rumours about her already, Pappy. We've spoke about that before.
I'm sure we've got plenty of them watching, so.
Oh, I'm sure, dear. I'm sure. But you're absolutely rocking it. You really are. Really enjoying your show.
Thank you.
It's just brilliant. You've been going for 101 minutes. Yap. You don't stop talking. I think it's wonderful. I do think you're great. So, ladies and gents, don't forget to click the like button. You must do that. And if you are visiting for the first time, sub and tell other people. You must do it. Get them to sub, and then when they do come over, get them to click some of the videos. And you can even Skype. You can Skype Dan Pap. That's all you have to do on your Skype. Just do that. But don't forget the all-important number. If you've got something on your mind, if you just want to chat or a laugh, Danny's there. 0151 528 9590. That's all you've got to do. Darlings, have a wonderful Sunday evening, what's left of it. Pappy, have a great week, and I'll look forward to listening to you next weekend. Bye, my darlings. You're all so sweet and so lovely. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And a big mwah to you, Pappy, darling. Bye-bye.
Right back at you. I'll speak to you soon. Brilliant. Hello, caller.
Hello, Dan. How you doing?
Hello, mate. Not so bad, mate. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Darren, when we get to the end of this call, I'll give you a shout and say, give me a ring now, and then I'll watch out for your number to come up on the top of Skype, and I'll pick yours out of the numbers that show up, because I know you've been trying to get through. I know that, and you've been mentioning in the comments, and I've got the last 3 digits of your phone number. So when we get to the end of this call, I'll give you a heads up a few seconds before we hang up, and then you can give us a ring. Sorry, mate. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. No, that's all right. Just wanted to say, I came in on this just when the other chat, I can't think of his damn name. I should know it. The one that calls people my brother and sister. Can't remember his name.
Scott.
That's it. And I just caught a little bit of Bumblebee, so I put 2 and 2 together. She must have lost someone, family member or something. So I do feel for her on that one. It's not very nice.
No.
That's what I thought. But anyway, playing because I just wanted to say, in a world where everybody is shitting their pants over saying something because someone might get offended, right?
Yeah.
Why are people still shitting their pants to say anything about religion? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't think people are necessarily afraid to say anything about religion. I mean, people that, sorry if the camera keeps wobbling, by the way. I keep using my hands to talk, but I don't want to put them up here, so I end up touching the desk and it makes the camera wobble. So my apologies for that. I think that as I replied to a comment about the Pride swastika, that that video that I put up on Friday about the vet getting arrested, the army vet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Now, somebody commented on that, and I commented and I replied, and I was like, look, I don't think it's, you know, he was saying, oh, people are being conditioned to be afraid to say things and post things. I don't think people are necessarily being conditioned to do that. And this is just my opinion, by the way, so I'm not knocking your opinion. I think people who are awake, people who believe in freedom of expression and free speech will keep that. I don't think people that are, by now, people that believe in free speech, it's kind of hard-grained into them, I think, especially after what we've seen for the last few years. And I don't think many people will change their mind about that. I actually think that people that is only going to affect the sheeple and the people that still have their head in the sand about what's actually going on. They're the people that might be afraid to now start speaking out. But the people that do speak out currently, and the people that do, you know, talk about things that may not be what other people want them to talk about, I don't think they're going to stop, in my opinion. I certainly won't. You know,
it's just
go on, sorry, go on.
I put a comment up there on the chat, because the chat is there for people to put comments, start debates.
Yes, of course.
And I put a chat on there because I don't believe in religion. Okay, I don't believe in, you know, smoking, drinking, drugs, this, but other people do. Okay,
yeah,
and I can't do anything about that. All I can do is do what I can do to make my life better. Okay, yes. So I put a thing on there saying, can we please have a religion-free site? Yeah, because religion is bollocks. That's my view. But people really do get offended. Okay, and they really do what have you. But I just want to say that I think, right, religion is just a set of stories. Okay, it's a set of stories for people to live their life a little bit better. Because if this person was such a famous person, such a well-known person, why did it take 600 years for somebody to write something about him? That's right. Number one. Okay. And two, where's the proof? We've got proof of dinosaurs that lived hundreds of millions of years ago. We've got proof of ancient Egyptians. We've got proof of Stone Age people. Not one shred of proof of this thing except in people's writings. Yeah. And I do, you know, I do say what I think, and I think in this day and age, like I say, going back to in this day and age where everyone's shitting themselves, saying so, I think it's good that someone isn't afraid to sit around and say, "Oh, I think religion's a load of bollocks." If you make
no, you shouldn't. You know, it was you that put the comment earlier. I mentioned. Yeah. Well, that wasn't obviously, you know, that wasn't a dig at you.
No,
I think you know me well enough. I think you know me well enough to know that.
I want to start a debate about it.
Yeah. Well, so my thing is that is, I mean, I wish I had something that I believed in. To be fair, okay, I genuinely do. I think if you've got a belief, if you put everything that you've got into believing something, I think it's good in a way. Not always good, but I think it's good in a way that you have a belief and when it's a religious one, you strive to follow the teachings and all the rest of it. I don't believe in religion. I think it's like football, politics, money, and women. They all cause fucking arguments. Okay. So I try and keep away from all of that kind of stuff. But again, I don't necessarily agree with what people say when they talk about their religions. And remember, if there was a God and a son of God, then why has he got a different name in every religion? Why does he look different in every religion? Why, all of these things that just doesn't make it add up to me, which is why I don't believe myself.
I'm a sort of person, yeah.
So there's lots, as you say, there's lots of evidence to suggest to the contrary of there being, a Jesus and a God. but because I don't, again, I want people to debate, and I want people to talk.
That's what I want people to discuss. Debate, but it's soon people were soon like, no, don't want to know. We'll move on. I thought, well, let's debate it.
I think what it might be when it comes to comments, what it might be is it might be the way that it's put across. And I think some people might, because we do get people on the channel that are arseholes. And when somebody comes on and says, for example, I think you're talking shit. Now, to me, that's fine. That is start of a debate, as far as I'm concerned. When somebody says you're talking shit, somebody else can then come back and say, well, you think I'm talking shit? Well, explain to me why I'm talking shit. And then you get into a conversation. I don't think that is having a go at somebody. I don't think that is picking on somebody. It's just telling them that you don't believe them. And, you've got your own strong beliefs. And again, your beliefs are important because they're your beliefs.
That's right. And then when you turn and I said, well, there's a proof.
Yeah.
But I do find that stuff like religion is so, because I think because me personally, right?
Yeah.
And like I say, this is my thing. I think religion is for the weak-minded. That's me personally. Now, people are going to probably say on here, I'm a complete and utter wanker, but that's what I think. That's why I don't believe in it. Okay, that's what I think. I think you should be able to live life. You should be able to deal with your problems without having to rely on something else like a bottle, like the end of a bottle or what have you. But anyway, and I think that, it is so, out of all the things, everything nowadays is so quick to be shut down, and debating is healthy. And like, there's a woman that lives next door, a couple of doors down from me. She's a Jehovah's Witness. She, as soon as you mention anything about it, she just totally blanks it. I think, well, come on, it can't be that bloody flimsy, your thing. But anyway, I just wanted to and say, because we should all debate things. We should all hear people out. And if somebody's got an opinion you don't like, then ask them what makes you come up with that opinion. Then, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, as I say, I listen. I don't knock people for coming on and wanting to have a debate. It's the only time that I have to step in is when it becomes like something that's targeted and somebody won't leave somebody else alone. And keep digging at them, all the time. That's when I have to step in. But no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree that your comment.
I think there should be more debates on the live chat about stuff like that. But it's important. That is important to a lot of people. Religion. I mean, some people do, some people don't. And I think it is a good debate to get into because there is so much. It is such one of them things that is so mysterious in a way. I think it is always a good topic to get onto yourself.
I think a lot of people tend to try and stay away, purposely try and stay away from things. Sometimes it comes up, you know what I mean, like fluidly, but sometimes I think people try and stay away from things like that because those kind of topics, as I say, football, politics, money, women, and religion, all cause massive arguments, and people do, or they're so what's the word? Their faith about their belief is so strong that they can sometimes feel like somebody's having a go at them, which then causes them to react in a more.
Is it strong, or is it just being complicit?
I think some people have a strong belief. I think some people just go along with it. I think some people may have been brought up in a certain way. They might not necessarily believe as such. They might not have the same strength of feeling as, say, their parents. But there are other people out there that I do believe have a strong sense of belief in those kind of things. I mean, we all, your belief is quite clear, and you're quite adamant about that belief. You make that quite clear in this call, which again is absolutely fine. But with somebody with such a strong belief as yours, talking to somebody with such a strong belief about their belief in God, that is easily going to turn into something where somebody is going to take offense at what the other person's said. And then it turns into an argument. And I think that's why people tend to try and steer clear of things like that. And on channels that normally discuss things like that, the followers are generally the same kind of people as the person putting a video out. I like to try and be diverse with the the people that come into the community, and I will accept anybody into the community, whether they agree with me or not, if they want to have an adult, legitimate conversation without taking offence, without being offensive, about somebody else's beliefs, and and moving on from there. But it's one of them things. It's an interesting topic to debate to be had.
Oh, I think you could debate about it forever, to be quite honest. It's like the bloody like how was a Big Bang real or not? You could debate about it for ages, but
exactly.
So I just wanted to put my point. I wasn't having a go at anybody. I was just turning around and trying to do a debate. But anyway, I'll let someone else get on then, Dan. All right.
Right. Okay. One second, Darren. Do you want to give us a ring back? I know you just called and you just hung up. Ring us back now, and I'll answer your call. But yeah, no, listen, appreciate your comments, appreciate you getting involved in the community. Thanks for your call.
I'll just carry on watching your show. All right, Dan, I'll catch you later.
Look after yourself.
See you later. Bye.
Ciao, mate. Bye-bye. Right. I'm gonna wait for Darren. Sorry, caller. I'm just trying to get Darren to get through, and then I'll come back to your call. Darren, Mr. Passman. Hello, Darren.
Hi, mate.
How you doing?
You okay? Is that Dan, yeah?
It is, mate, yes.
Yeah, I'm on live now, yeah?
You are, mate, yes, indeed.
Yeah, you put enough stuff tonight, and you're dead calm, and what started with Bumblebee, and it's gone on from Ivander's other stuff. But my problem is, yeah, I know you're more about police abusing powers.
Yeah.
So basically, yeah, I got arrested after a football game in Manchester, Man City game, at a pub, which is my local, which a new bouncer started on.
Right.
Yeah, got arrested. Anyway, so I can speak about this. I'm not really got charged. Anyway, I got arrested. I thought I was getting done for public order or drunken disorder, whatever. So in the morning, this officer interviewed me, had to show me video evidence of me outside, what I was doing, which is common assault, as you know, nothing. And then to prove a point, the way I reacted outside the pub, and then in the van, he showed me I was passed out in an awkward position. Yeah, all this lot, handcuffed behind my back. Come on, Darren, wake up. At least he's breathing. So my point is being, like I said to your followers on air today, should I have been taken to hospital by standard? Is that standard for them to take to the hospital?
If they can't rouse you, even if they know you've been drinking, if they can't rouse you, they should have a medical professional come and check you over. If they haven't got one in the station at the time.
No, what I mean is in the van, they didn't wake me. And when I went in an interview, when I seen it, it's like you seen something you're not aware of.
Yeah.
It's like, so, and he's seen it, the interview obviously seen that, like, wow, look, I was in a position where you won't do that to no one. You don't do that to a normal person. It was awkward. And I don't remember this, yeah? Right? And it was horrible. Right?
Was this when they was
There's more to it than that anyway. You know what I mean, Dan?
Was this when they were trying to get you out?
No, this is what I'm saying. No, they left me there. They left me there till I got to the custody office and then woke me up. So I passed out. But I've got previous to this, Dan. Sorry. But I've got previous to this, but they didn't like, it's all they said was, oh, he's alive. But is it not, I thought you know the law, Dan. Is it not procedure for them to take me? I didn't know I passed out. When they showed me that in the morning, that officer interviewed me as a normal, genuine person, like you would see me, as one of your loved ones, as a family, someone's got some heart, will see a reaction. Yeah, they've seen it. He's seen it, Dan. Yeah, and he's like, whoa, I should have shown him this. That kind of feeling, Dan. Yeah,
right.
And then I didn't get charged, and then they left it. Do you know what I'm saying? He seen something. I could tell because I was hurt. I was horrified. It was like horrible, Dan. I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm coming across. I'm not behind the door, mate. Yeah, I'm from Manchester. Yeah, right. I'm not behind the door. I've done a lot of jail. Right, I've done wrong, done everything. Yeah, I've always sued police. I've done years in jail, got out of jail, and I got pulled years ago, coming out of probation, right, with medication for an operation in jail, right?
Right.
This is a police officer, and it comes to PCSO. This is going back 2013, right, Dan? Yeah, for your listeners and everything, yeah? Imagine this, I'm on probation, and hi, Darren, waiting outside for me, yeah? We know you got out of jail, we know who you are, showing pictures of me. And I think some of you followers will know this. If you might know it as well, Dan. Yeah, a picture of me. We know who you are. We're making sure everything's safe. This is like 2009, 2010. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Show me that. Right. All right. Sweet. Bear in mind, I've been in jail. Right. 3.5 years. Right. Come out. Done nothing wrong. Got no restriction. Nothing. Been in probation. Yeah. So it started a confrontation. Anyway. Where you going? What you doing? Blah, blah. Have you been drinking? Yeah. I've been drinking. It started in my probation. Or I can't drink. Yeah. And then it turned nasty. Let me check you. So I put my hands up. This is before big body worn cameras, right, Dan? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they checked me over and they found 2 of my pills from my shoulder in my pocket. So because they couldn't recognize them, Dan,
yeah.
They arrested me saying I was holding Class A drugs. So I got arrested at 2 stations in Manchester, yeah? I got took there. Bear in mind, I've just done 3.5 years. I've been out 2 weeks, Dan. Right?
Yeah.
Go jail. Yeah? So I'm in jail. Sergeant comes to me and says, I know what these are. Painkillers, the F118s. Sergeant Cody. Yeah? I've got no drug stealing record, nothing like that, yeah? So I got bailed. I didn't get charged, Dan, to get nothing. Got nothing, yeah? Got released. And I'm away. Weeks go by. Next thing, phones me. Police are here for you, Dan. I'm going to watch City game. Sorry to swear. City for So City, going to City game. Police are here for you. I'm thinking, what have I done wrong? Literally, I've done nothing wrong. And it's because of that. Anyway, long story short, I got recalled, remanded, and done 5 months in Buckley Hall prison. Yeah, for their mistake. And I sued them to fuck, yeah? It doesn't matter. I lost my little girl, and even still this day now, my baby's mum don't even know, Dan, yeah? All this what's happened now. She thought I was a fuck up, yeah? And I got a big payout for it. Don't get me wrong. So I'm not going to go with it, yeah? But the thing is, arresting me, yeah?
Yeah.
Common assault, yeah, and the way they treated me, you shouldn't have shown me that video, and they fucked up showing the video. So the reason I'm texting you, I'm phoning you, yeah, to get in touch with you for your guys who phone you. They showed me a video of me past that, right?
Darren, you're breaking up badly there.
Yeah, sorry. So they're saying to me, Dan, yeah, right, and the back of a police van, unconscious, handcuffed.
Yeah.
In the you see the police hands, aren't you? In the middle, in an awkward position, Dan. Yeah, handcuffed in an awkward position. Horrible. It made me sick. Are they allowed to do that? Shouldn't they take me to hospital?
The police have got duty of care.
Thank you. Okay. That's my point.
And that's the key word, I think, is duty of care. They've got a duty of care. If they believe, and I've seen this happen, if they believe somebody is in the back of the van or even in the back of the car, seems to have passed out or not non-responsive, they should be pulling over and they should be checking that person to see if
this is outside the bar. That's what I'm saying. It's outside the bar.
Right.
Dan, you need to get on my level here now, yeah? I didn't know this has happened. So getting that level, they showed me this. If they want to show me this video, they would go away with it. I didn't know this happened. So this is a fault on their part. Right. You know what I'm saying, Dan?
Well, you've got the duty of care element there. Now, I don't know what the what the policies are, what the actual policies
I thought
are.
you did. I thought that was.
Well, it's different thing. The legislation. This wouldn't be legislation. This would be policy. This would be something that is.
I thought you knew that. Well, come on, man. Obviously, it must be wrong, Dan, for me.
As I say, duty of care. They've got a duty of care. Okay, if somebody's in their custody, and unfortunately we see it all too often where they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, if somebody's in their custody, which you were at the time, and you appear to them to be passed out or non-responsive, they should have, even if they're not driving, whether they're driving or not, they should be checking.
But they drove me to the police station, passed out, Dan.
Right.
Come on, man. That's I'm not behind the door with it. I know.
Which I would say is wrong. That's what I mean. They need to check you. They need to rouse you. So if you're in a police station, right, and this has happened to me, right, if you're in a police station and you're drunk and you fall asleep and they come in and they go and they try and wake you up and they can't wake you up. They come over and they use their knuckles right in the middle of your chest here. And they fucking rub it like that to try and get you to wake up.
Yeah, and rub your ears, all that shit.
Generally, that is what they would do, and that is. Whether that's policy to do or whether it's just part of something they're taught to do but not policy, I don't actually know. But they have a duty of care to make sure that you're okay. If you appear to be passed out, if you appear to be unresponsive, they have a duty of care. They should have stopped, they should have got out, or they should have checked you out before driving you from there to the police station.
Now, Dan, obviously you're not listening to what I've said. This is it. This is parked up body-worn cameras. I'm waiting to get the video now from solicitor, right? But basically, this is parked up outside the premises. I'm not going to say it on there, yeah? This is outside the premises, yeah?
Yeah.
In the van, yeah? And then they took me to the police station and they showed me that, see how you was all right then when you woke up. I don't remember passing out.
They wouldn't have known you was okay. They're saying you was all right because you woke
there
up.
You go.
They wouldn't have known you was okay at the time, so they should have checked you, and they haven't from the sounds of it. So
no, they have in their opinion. This is, imagine an interview now. So the guy says to me, "You can see they've looked after. You can see I've made sure, and you can see that he was see that he's breathing." I went and passed out. I looked at the position I'm in. It was sickening, Dan.
The police aren't medically trained. This is why.
Thank you. That's my point. I'm coming to right.
This is why. When we hear about people that have been taken to the police station in a van, and they arrive at the police station and they're right dead. Yeah. Okay. This is why in those situations the police get fucked over. Okay, because they're not trained enough to turn around and say, "Oh, here's okay." They're not. End of the day, they're out.
There you go.
They don't even know the legislation that they're trying to enforce.
There you go.
Never mind having medical training to check if somebody is okay or not.
Dan, that's why I've got in touch with you, bro. There you go. You said it. You know what I mean? You must have very clearly, but that's what I've said. They've messed up, haven't they? They've messed up. You're not legal to say this. They've messed up, haven't they? Obviously, they've messed up. Showing me that video, and taking me back to the police station, and they contradict themselves, saying, "Oh, but look how he was outside the bar." Don't bear in mind, common assault, no touching, nothing, minor, so nothing, But then they're trying to prove, and they knew that something was wrong. They arrested me, then I seen this video. So imagine, Dan, listen to me. I know I'm going to repeat myself again for one more time. Don't slow you down, Imagine being shown a video of yourself, Dan. Think of this, in the back of a police van, unconscious, handcuffed, lying down in the back of the van. I know you've been in one. Handcuffed, in an awkward position, Please saying to you, wake up down, and then saying to someone else, he's breathing, at least he's breathing, he's alive, and then getting brought to the police station.
Yeah,
right. There you go, Dan.
No, I think that they should have had. They should have called an ambulance out, or they should have taken them to the police station. There you go, to the ambulance, to the hospital rather, not the police station.
Oh, mate, sick of it.
I was going to say something then. We hear too many stories. I mean, think of it this way: when they arrest somebody and they chuck a load of drugs in their mouth and swallow it. Okay, or if they think that somebody has swallowed drugs. They'll take them to the
It
hospital.
wasn't like that though, Dan.
No. I know that. I'm just using that as an example. Okay, if the police think that somebody might have swallowed drugs, they'll take him to the hospital. Okay, and that's on the premise that they may have taken drugs rather than take them to the police station. So for you to be unconscious in the back of a police van on the floor, non-responsive, if they've tried to talk to you and you gave them no response, breathing, then they should have taken you to a hospital. That's what I got in contact with you for. That's why you abusing Lord's powers. That's like your website, So there you go. I think there's definitely a. I'm going to sue them. And do you think, Dan, that because they've seen my reaction to that, that's why I've not been charged? Because I personally, might be paranoid. I think it is. A lot. We see it a lot of the time. We see the police let people. We see the police let people go based on video evidence of the police fucking up. Even when people have committed some kind of offence, or the evidence shows that they probably have, on the balance of probabilities, committed some kind of minor offence, and the police have gone, shit, if we take this any further, they're going to use that against us. We're going to be fucked, so we might as well let it go and hope they don't do nothing about it. Exactly. You know what, Dan? That is actually 100%, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make you think, oh, we won't charge you because they've fucked up. All right, Dan. Yeah, it's quite possible. Absolutely, quite possible. It's like I say, Dan, I'll let you go now. Right. It's imagine, going to interview, minor offence to me. And then he had to prove. He went, so he was like this rowdy after a football match. But I know this pub and it's you guys. It's mine. I'm not going to deep. So that's it. And then I got arrested, and he's trying to show me like, oh, the police is all right with you. This is that. And you know what he did? At least he's breathing and all that, and he took to the police station. That's why I've called it tonight anyway, So they're out of order, Dan, aren't they? They're definitely out of order, As I say, it's a duty, as far as I'm concerned, it's a duty of care issue. Hospital, the potential of something happening when we hear so often of it happening. Loads in there, Dan. Far too much. As far as I'm concerned, they should have called an ambulance. It's a duty of care issue. They didn't follow protocol. As I say, the actual, some of the policies I do know about, some of the police policies, there's others that I don't necessarily know. No, you do know. I know you know the score, Dan. But I'd say it's definitely a duty of care issue. It's definitely something that 100% that you can mess up on there, that you should follow up. Whether anything comes of it or not is a completely different matter. But I think it's something. Good thought. The only thing what did me, Dan, though, right? What's happening to people where they don't show the video? I didn't expect to get shown that video, right? I'm telling you something now. I was drunk, right? But I'm on medication as well. But it's a long story, But the thing is, though, they show me that video. If he didn't show me that video, I wouldn't have known. So it was nice gasping you fight them. No, I'll definitely talk. I'll definitely think about putting a complaint in. 100%. I've got to. Hey, what do you think, Dan? What do you think about that Lawrence Fox? I've been watching your video. I've ended up following after that, seeing that with him. I don't really know anything about Lawrence Fox. I've had a few people. No, the video you loaded. I know not about him, about the video that's bad. And that. No, there's a lot of people that have been saying that it looks like a setup. I didn't know that. But saying it's convenient that Lawrence Fox was there, blah blah blah. Now, for me, my response to that is that the guy did have a call from the police, or allegedly was visited by the police a few days before, and the police arranged to go back and see him. Now that there's balance of probabilities, or the realms of possibility. The guy could have got in touch with an organisation and said, right, this is what's happening. And then Lawrence Fox has found out and decided to get in touch with the guy and go round there to film it. Now that's a possibility. I'm not saying that is what happened, but it is a possibility. That's out there, isn't it? That's like that conspiracy shit. That's it, isn't it? So it's impossible. Okay. It's impossible to say for sure because none of us were there, and we're never going to know 100%. We can only base our opinions on what we see. And what evidence is produced. But from what I've seen so far, I would say that the guy probably got in touch with one of the organisations that Lawrence Fox has something to do with, and Lawrence Fox found out and went round there to film it. But again, that's just an opinion based on what I've seen. Whether it is true or not is what's the word?
Well, you cover your back, yeah, and I get it. All right, yeah, that's fair enough, Dan. Yeah, that's sound. Yeah. All right. Nice to meet you, Dan. Anyway, mate.
All right, mate, and you too.
Nice. Look after yourself. See you later, pal.
Take it
Bye.
easy. Ta, mate.
Bye.
Ta,
Bye.
ta,
Bye.
ta. Right, I'm going to take another call. Then I'm going to go make a brew, and then I'm going to get on to StreamYard. So if anybody else is out there that wants to hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan. How are you, mate?
I'm not so bad. How are you?
Still here.
Good stuff. Good to hear it.
Enjoying all the fun. You know who it is, do you or not?
Sorry?
Do you know who it is or not?
I do. I can't remember your username, but I do recognise your voice.
That's all right. Yeah, it's the lad from Chickens, we will say.
That's it. Yeah.
Basically, I thought I'd give you a quick ring because we've had some quite interesting developments, which I'll obviously tell you about. But there's also a few interesting developments in our area, which I find absolutely hysterical, to be fair. My development, papers have been now put in. We've got to the 27th of September to respond.
Yeah.
But the officers in question were even found hysterically laughing when they went to retrieve the possession, we will say.
I saw your comment earlier. You mentioned it, didn't you? Yeah.
That's right, yeah. Basically, the solicitor that we've got in on it managed to get hold of the body cam footage, and to be fair, they're hysterically laughing that they're attending a place that they shouldn't have been attending. So
right.
He's hammered them into the ground, basically. But the reason I'm ringing is I don't know if you'd have seen this or not, because probably not, because you're not neck of the woods. But Cumbria Crime Commissioner has just secured £450,000, I think it is.
Okay.
From national government. You're going to love what for.
Right.
To help make sure that people feel safe in the community. That's what it basically boils down to.
Right, there's drive at the moment. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a thing at the moment. The government are dishing out money to different police forces and councils.
Yep.
With regards to this safety thing. They were doing it with regards to violence against women and girls.
Yep.
Now they're doing it about this this whole safety issue, which I think is still linked to the violence against women and girls.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of money being dished out to police forces under the guise of that, which is what I spoke about a couple of weeks ago about police force in Kent setting up the. I can't believe I just remembered that. Police force in Kent setting up cameras with intercoms. So you can talk, you can press the button on a telegraph pole or a lamp post or whatever it is,
yep.
and press the button and be directed through to somebody in the call centre.
Well, that's Mickey Mouse, because you ring 101 now and you spend 20 minutes on hold.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. Exactly. But yeah, but
no, this is the interesting bit. Like, this is why I'm ringing you. I've just posted the link to it on your chat bit. But yeah, basically, I've just got it in front of me now. The Crime Commissioner has got £400,000 pledged to tackle antisocial behaviour.
Yeah.
And a councillor has come out, and a number of members of the public in our area have come out and said that the town centre is more like Beirut than the town centre, because it is in such a shambles state with smashed up businesses, etc., etc. And you don't see a copper for hiding the hair of them. And then one comment, if you go through the comments, some were quite funny actually, has put a photo of current Beirut, saying that no, this is worse than Beirut because Beirut's got a decent shopping centre.
Yeah.
But it's just ridiculous. As I say, I knew it was happening locally. I didn't know it was happening nationally because, as I say, long story short, I've had my hands full with everything else. So I haven't had a chance to be around as much as I normally would be. But
that's fine.
I think it's an absolutely ridiculous amount of money to give to a crime commissioner that refuses to meet with any member of the public. This is what he publicly said. Refuses to get involved in individual cases because it's not his job.
Right.
And you've got a police commissioner that he's meant to oversee, who also says in writing that she refuses to meet. That's Michelle Skiers, by the way, for all those that's listening, which is the Cumbria Police, head of Cumbria Police. refuses to meet with any member of the public over individual cases, as it's not her job. When asked what her job was, we're still waiting for a response.
Right.
So they've been given £400,000 by a government to sort out antisocial behaviour. Now, the interesting bit which I find with all this, which is basically the reason I'm bringing it up, because I'm highlighting this now publicly and locally,
right,
is about 10 years ago, they spent a substantial amount of money in our town putting cameras on the streets.
Yeah, yeah.
It came to light about 2-3 years ago that everybody thought the camera was still working, but the cameras actually haven't worked for the last 6 years because they don't have the qualified staff to use them.
Oh, Jesus.
So they've spent hundreds of thousands of pounds putting cameras in for somebody to sit in a room with all the cameras and watch what goes on in the main high street and like the main pubs, etc., etc. And because they haven't got anybody qualified to use them, they haven't been using them.
Yeah.
Which beggars belief in my eyes, to be fair, because why spend that sort of money if you haven't got anybody that can use the damn things?
The same way they're spending all their money on electric cars at the moment, which are literally no good because they don't have the infrastructure in place to be able to keep the cars charged up properly. But it's a way to spend the money so that next year they can say to the government, "We need more money. We don't have enough money. We need more." And they'll keep doing it. It's the same as every organisation that gets money from somewhere else. Okay, they use their budget up. Councils will do the same thing. You'll notice before April every year, all of a sudden roadworks get done.
Yeah,
because
don't even get me started on roadworks. We've been named as the capital of the UK for potholes.
Right. So again, this is the thing you'll notice, right? So in March time. Towards the end of March or during March or maybe the lead up to March, you'll find that roadworks start happening everywhere, but they're useless roadworks. They're roadworks that don't need doing. The stuff that actually needs doing, like the potholes and all that kind of stuff, doesn't get done. Okay, so they go out and they spend as much of the budget that they haven't spent already possible on needless stuff, so that when the tax year ends or the financial year ends, they can go to the government and say, we haven't got enough money. Can we have some more next year? And that's what they do. And I think it's the same thing. They're spending money on things that they can't use or don't need necessarily. That's being wasted. It's our money that's being wasted. It's being spunked up the wall. As you say, they've been left there for however long they've been left there, unable to be used because they've got nobody trained to use them. Why aren't they using the money to train people?
Well, exactly. The other thing as well is, which is what I find interesting with all of this is, and it's happening nationally, is our area has now gone into a multi-agency county council area. So instead of being like one council for one area, they've got a group of areas in the Cumbria area and said, right, we'll make a multi-council and take so many councillors from each area and make up a county, a council over all of them.
Yes.
Now, where it used to be a Labour-run council in our area, because they've now done this, the Lib Dems have taken over. So what the Labour councillors and Conservative in our area, I'm not going to lie, they're both as bad as each other, are doing is they're blowing as much money as they possibly can before they take it over, which is next year, because they know the minute they do, they're going to have a substantial deficit.
Yeah.
So then they can go to the new council and say, well, we need more money because, we've got a deficit. And I can see it, other people can see it, but nobody's actually speaking out against it.
It's again a story. You bring up about the councils is something I'll be talking about tomorrow in the video about a head of a council. I won't say where it is just yet. You have to watch the videos tomorrow. But there's a head of a council who basically defrauded the council, theft and defraud, as far as I'm concerned, out of almost £200,000. The council set up another business. So the council had a business which part funds an organisation along with the NHS in the area. Now, what they were doing, what the councillors were doing, or some the very highest councillor, the chief executive of the council, actually was using that money to go on trips to Dubai, all kinds of stuff. Okay. Actually taking the money that people are paying. Okay. I believe the trip, I believe one ticket for this trip was close to £5,000. And there was no need for them to go. So this person's now been investigated, or not been investigated. They've been found to have these unlawful expenditures. And what's happened is the council have turned around and said, "Okay, you've had 200 grand off us, but what we're going to do is rather than take you through the courts and rather than you sue us fair dismissal, we're going to knock it all on the head. We're going to ignore the fact that you've had all this money from us. We're going to pay you 200 odd grand to piss off." I think they've asked for 70. I think they've asked for £70,000 back, and over £100,000 they're just going to wipe off. They're just going to ignore the fact it's been stolen from them. And this is what councils do. It's absolutely sickening.
Well, no. If you really want to look at something, this is something you might want to look into. And I know you're more police related than anything, which is obviously what you help a lot of people with, including me, to be fair. So thank you very much for the help you've given us. But bids. Now, I'm currently part of an organisation in my area who are basically bending the council's ear over the local bid, because how's this for a deal? The council got voted. We've got second term bidding now. We've managed to get rid of the puppet master,
right,
to be fair, because we hounded him out basically. So he resigned after making a substantial amount of money for himself. Now we're just working on the actual the puppets rather than the puppet master now. But the local council everybody gets one vote, okay? Every business.
Yeah.
Now this is where it gets interesting, because the council own car parks and buildings and parks and toilets and you name it, etc.
Yeah.
So you'd expect them, because it's all under the same umbrella, they get one vote. No, they don't. Each individual organisation, i.e. each car park, each toilet, each public park, each public building gets a vote.
Right.
Now, this is where it gets interesting, because they all have to pay into it. Yep, which is fine. They use taxpayers' money to pay into the bid. Now, the way the bid works, it's 1.5 of your business rates that goes into it. But they can then apply to the bid for stuff they need.
Right.
So if they've got the bulk, like in our area, they've got the bulk of the businesses, because they've basically shut all the others by putting business rates to it and stuff, and letting the bid basically crucify the town. As I said, it is like Beirut. In fact, there's probably more shops in Beirut, to be fair. But basically what they've done is they've gone to the bid and said, we need X amount of money for a piece of street cleaning equipment.
Yeah.
And they said, no, you can't have it, because obviously by that point we'd got wind of it and we were like rattling our sabres a bit. Me and a few other business people. I was brought in because I don't have a business in their catchment area. So I was like the 13th person. As in like the deciding vote, whether or not we proceed with certain things and whatnot. So yeah, I'm not fitting in that, so I came in on it. But this is where it gets interesting, because the minute they were knocked back, a contact who was related to a councillor then set up a business who applied for the same piece of equipment and were granted it under the bid. Right? Now, this is where it gets really, 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 really interesting, right? And I said, by all means, if any of your listeners listen, go and have a look at it. This is happening nationally, we've found out. There's loads of stuff on Facebook about it, etc. Up and down the country, people kicking off about it.
Yeah.
But basically, what happened is, this is how it now works. If this isn't then, I don't know what is. The company concerned have the piece of equipment. The bid pays the company to go and clean the roads, which you pay for and I pay for out your taxes.
Yeah.
The company got the piece of equipment from the bid, which belongs to the bid. So the bid paid this company to use a piece of equipment that they own to clean a piece of road that should be cleaned automatically. And yet the bid picked the bill up to start it. So basically, they're getting paid to use a piece of equipment they don't own, which they can use on other jobs as well, by the way, which they are doing and have been doing.
Yeah.
By the people that paid into the bid in the first place. So when one of our members said, well, that's fine, and if you want to bid on that piece of equipment as a bid levy payer, I want to use it. He was told you can't because it's been loaned to an external company who doesn't pay into the bid.
Right, got ya.
Now, we raised all this with the council. The council's response was, you love this, yeah? It's very complicated, so we really can't get involved.
Yeah. Of course it's complicated, yeah, of course it is.
You know, and it basically boils down to it, a firm was set up under the guise of a councillor to get this piece of equipment, to use this piece of equipment at cost. So they spent, to simplify it for the listeners, because it is like a bit confusing, so I'll break it down simple. I'll fit in a car thing, basically. It's best for explaining it. I buy a car, I then rent that car to you, I give that car to you, rather. You then run me around in that car, and I pay you for the privilege.
Yeah.
But I have the running costs of the equipment and all the repairs and everything to deal with on the car. But I don't technically own the car, you do.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is how ridiculous it's got. And we're talking a piece of equipment, £20,000. Well,
this is similar to when I used to work on the dust carts, with some of the wagons that we used to use. The owners had brought, you know, for the, I won't say the name of the company, but the owners brought, you know, say cage vans and things like that, or miniature dust carts, to be used for the dust cart run. Then what they were doing is they had their own businesses outside of that, where they were doing you know, clearances and things like that, and then using those vehicles when they weren't being used for their main job. They were using those vehicles that had been paid for by, you know, by funding from the bank or from the council or whatever it was at the time. They'd be then using those vehicles for their own outside jobs, getting paid for that as well, you know, by using the equipment that's been purchased for a different sole intention. I mean, it happens you know, everywhere where the council or public amenities are involved. You know, there's corruption, because it's because it's money that's being given. You know, I think they don't see it as real money. A lot of the money comes from the government, and I don't think they see it as real money. You know, it hasn't come from anybody, but it has. It's come from us, and we're the ones that get our precepts put up year on year in order to cover these costs, while they're getting richer and making more money.
Well, this is the thing that, you know, it was voted in, and if they deducted, this is the point that the organisation I'm part of, I've kicked off about. We continue to kick off about it. If they deducted the council from the voting system, they would have cataclysmically crashed. They would look good, because 90% of the vote were no. We didn't want a renewal. But because the council give themselves a vote for every single car park, every single toilet, every single building, every single high-rise thing they owned, they voted it through.
Yeah.
And tried to make it out that it's what the people wanted. But if you actually look at the people's vote, 99% of them said we do not want it. The only ones that actually did vote for it were board members. But it was railroaded through by the local authority. And this is the thing. At the end of the day, I know to me, it stinks from the highest heaven, we will say. But the other point as well is you've got police, from your point of view, which I'll say, I put the link in your chat bit, so have a look at it. It's quite funny, to be fair.
Right.
You've got the police jumping up and down saying, "Oh, we need more money." They've just got now £400,000, and the local MP patting himself on the back for helping them get it. Conservative, by the way. And yet the whole town literally is being described as Beirut, because it literally is like Beirut. If you see some of the photos of the local shopping centre, we don't have one. You know, it's been commonly said that after 7, 8 o'clock at night, as soon as it gets dark, people avoid parts of the town because it's so dangerous. Yeah. But this £400,000 miraculously is going to fix all the problems when they can't even fix them now. When they've got, to be fair, it was commonly we had a meeting a while back, the businesses in the town, and we kicked off about the state of the town, etc. And they actually openly admitted that they only had 20 officers to cover 5 different towns. which worked out that our area got 2 officers to cover the whole of the town, which is absolutely ridiculous amount of officers to be having on duty.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
You know, because you can't run a small town on 2 officers. You know, you can't run a big town on 2 officers. And obviously, ours is a big town, so it was just ridiculous. You know, they said, "Oh, if something major kicks off, we bring officers in from elsewhere." But like, yeah, but that's fine and good unless it's your house that's being burnt down because you've got a lot of kids outside throwing bricks through your window and stuff. You know, that's really going to make you feel safe when you turn down and ring up and say, "It's okay, an officer's coming from Liverpool or whatever."
Yeah.
You know, it's ridiculous. But on that note, I'll leave you to carry on doing what you're doing and keep up the good work.
No
but
worries.
Yeah, just let your listeners know. Go and have a look at the bid organisation, because if you try to set one up in your area, for God's sake, fight it all the way, because basically it's just a money making scheme. And in relation to mine, as I said to you in the messages, basically all the paperwork's gone in. They're now panicking like hell, so we're just sitting back and watching them squirm at it. So it's quite funny.
Right. So a couple of people have asked. I can't remember what area was it. What area was it again? Cumbria. You said, was it?
Yeah, I'm in Cumbria.
Cumbria. Cool.
So, but yeah, so have a look. I've put the link in there and have a look, because as I say, we have been described as Beirut, and if you actually read the comments from the general public who live and work in the town, they said Beirut's actually probably safer.
Right.
Because it is that bad. And as I say, up and down the country, obviously you've just informed me now. I know it's happening locally, but up and down the country now, from your information, the police are screwing even more money out of national government, which at the end of the day will get passed back to us to fork out. Is a ridiculous amount of money when they can't do a simple job of stopping some yobbo from putting a brick through a shop window.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing is, and what really annoys me is when they catch them, they refuse to prosecute because, under I quote, it's not in the public interest. You know, but if it's your shop window you're getting your window put through, then I'm sorry, but I don't care what's in the public interest. You want a little tour around doing, so you can do it again.
But people are asking what town in Cumbria?
Barrow
in Cumbria.
Barrow in Furness.
Inverness, right?
Yeah.
No worries.
Twinned with Beirut, if you read the write up.
Right. Listen,
so on that note,
yeah, I was going to say I'm going to have to go because I've got to go make a brew and set up for the
yeah,
panel.
No problem. So, have a good and stay safe, and I'll watch out for the one tomorrow.
No worries. I'll take it easy.
You too, mate. Bye.
Speak soon. Bye, mate. Right. Right. So, I see some stuff going on in the comments there. Is everybody okay? People not falling out in the comments? I hope everybody's behaving themselves. Oops. So I'm going to go make myself a creffy. No, I'm not going to make a creffy. I don't even know what a creffy is. I'm going to go make a coffee. That's what I'm going to go and do. So I'm going to go make a coffee, and I will be back in just a few moments. So do me a favour, don't go anywhere. If you haven't hit the like button already, please do. And see you in a minute. And we're back. And we are back. Okay. So, yeah, got me craffy. Oh, lovely. Smudge has decided to come in now. I'm not sure where he's gone. Oh, there he is. There he is. Smudgy. Don't lay on there. Come on, come solo. Come on. No, he doesn't want to say hello. But there he is anyway. There's my little Smudge. Leave alone. Smudge. No. He's being a pest now. Anyway. Oh. Wasn't meant to happen. Okay. Right. Again, for everybody that's watching, especially anybody that might be new, we're going to open the panel up now. The StreamYard link is in the comments, pinned to the top, or it should be. If you are coming on, I need you to show your face in the back. So when you come on, if I can't see you, I need to see your face. I'm going to ask you to do something for me. Then you can take your face back off the camera. Again, the reason I do that is to make sure that I'm not being misled by somebody into wanting to porn bomb or gore bomb the channel. So that is what we have to do. If I can't see your face, or if you can't prove in another way that you are who you say you are, then I won't be able to let you on, I'm afraid. For example, Bobby, do me a favour, Bobby, you're on Discord. If that's you in the back office there, do me a favour and send me a message on Discord, just so I know that it's you. Mr. Whittington, touch your nose with your right hand. That'll do. Hello, my friend.
Good evening. Good evening, chap.
Tina, can you put your left hand up in the air, my love? Thank you.
Hi, Roger. How you doing, bud?
Hi, Tina. So I'm just playing with my other screen, trying to get both of them on the same thing at the same time, and it ain't happening. Come on, you bloody.
1 second. Okay. Lucifer.
Ah, there we go.
Just, yeah, all right. I know that's you. Wanker.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Lucifer. Hi, Tina.
Right, what are you doing?
Sonic.
I've got to apologise for a bit, Dan, because I'm really pissed at the moment, so I might say stuff that I don't mean.
Hi, Lucifer.
Right,
how's your arm done? How's your arm, buddy?
Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I might get some, because we've had you know, I put one video out on Friday. We've had over 400 new subscribers from that one video. So what I might have to do is, depending if people can prove who they are, I might have to boot some people to let new people on if need be. So just keep that in mind, folks.
Coming in.
DJ Sonic, cover your face with your left hand.
Yeah, and keep it there.
Now keep it there. You took the words right out.
You should have asked him that to cover his face with his left tit.
Right, Jack Blaze, how you doing? Put both arms up in the air for us. Yeah, that'll do. Scott, can you do a favour? If that's you, can you text me just to let me know?
Lucifer's
Sonic.
it's
Just
what's his
text me
name?
and say it's me.
Did you have a nice time, Sonic? And where did you go?
Egghead, that's it.
Amsterdam.
Is it Egghead?
Yeah,
Eggman.
man, it's cool, thanks.
Hi, DJ. Hi, Jack.
Hey,
Hi,
Tina.
Tina.
Hi, it's
Good evening, Jack.
All right, let me just do this.
Hi, Jackie boy.
Hello, hello, Bobby.
Have you had your operation yet to get your boobs removed?
What? No, I've not had an operation. No, DJ Sonic is the one that needs the operation, not me. Hey, I've got amazing boobs. DJ Sonic's got big boobs.
Like a big manly boobs.
Sonic,
Put it this way, Jack. If I had boobs, I wouldn't go out to get out of bed.
Oh, look who it is! It's Scott. It's Scotty.
Sonic.
I've got room for two more people. If anybody wants to come on, if you've not been on, hang on. If you've not been on the panel before, but you've been a regular for a while, and you want to come on, if you want to talk about something, if you want to bring up a topic to talk about, then by all means, there's 2 spaces left. Jump on and let's talk.
I've got a joke in regards to what you just said. Then
I've been able to wash for a week.
Dinner for 2 with a hairy view.
Fucking stinking.
Dear, oh dear.
Get your tits.
So how is everybody? Everybody good?
Yeah, not too bad here. Still getting the same as you get, a bit of brain fog now and again and the tiredness there, but trying to do a bit more each time.
Stinking in this place, I tell you. Not
got a bit of
or watch for a week.
Got a bit of a feedback. Somebody's got the
it's Scott.
Got the YouTube on in another window whilst they're on the StreamYard.
It's Scott.
Well, I've managed to get the 2 things on one screen again for once, but I think that's muted. So
yeah, maybe.
Right.
I kind of give up because I can't see the small writing on the chat and then focus on this. So I just focus on this. So
you can pop the chat out in the top right hand corner of the chat on your YouTube page. There's 3 little dots. Click on that, and you've got pop out chat. And what you can do is you can then close the YouTube window, but leave that chat window open separately. So you can have your StreamYard open with the chat next to it without having the YouTube page open.
that made a lot of sense.
all I've done is reduce the StreamYard, reduce that one on that screen, moved half of that across.
I'm not even trying that this late at night. I'm bouncing.
on this one. Chat's on that one.
No worries.
Is the feedback coming from my channel? Dan,
so I make it
is the feedback coming from me?
The feedback seems to have gone now. Fluke, if that's you, I need to see you, mate, in the background. Do us a favour and stick your left hand up in the air. Right, cool. Hello, mate. Scott.
Hello, how you doing?
And Princess Anne.
Fluke.
Can I see your face, Madame?
Me or someone else?
No. There we go. No, you're all good, Fluke. You're all good. What do we want to talk about, people? What should we talk about? Yes.
Can I talk about something at the moment that's come up in our area, Dan?
Yeah, by all means.
Opinions. We've got a training police station here that can hold up to 400 trainees, but we seem to have developed rather a lot of PCSOs, and they're developing what they call community neighbourhood teams. Now, a lot of people in my street are elderly, so I was a bit concerned. They did stick a leaflet through my door, and I opened the door and said, "Keep this shit in your office. I don't want it in my door." So you like the police? No, piss off. So dramming these leaflets about what they're going to be doing. It seems they've been going into a lot of the elderly houses, and they're talking about when were you born, getting out date of birth, what's your phone, and when did you get married? They're gathering intelligence. That's what they're doing. They're trying to find out who lives in what house, the numbers of people that are there, asking questions about neighbours. It's getting bloody crazy.
It's a bit of an unusual thing. Those side of questions are a bit unusual for the police to be asking about as a general conversation starter.
Yeah, exactly.
I would find that a little bit odd if anybody come knocking on my door asking me those kind of questions.
Especially if they live on their own, Dan. It's like, oh, come on in, officers, have a cup of tea, all that kind of stuff. And they're actually asking all these what I don't believe are relevant questions. It's supposed to be there to check on your welfare, is your house secure, that kind of stuff. So when they put it through my door, we're talking to everybody. This house is off limits to you lot. I've got a no trespassing sign up, and that means you. So don't cross my fucking gate. You can't do that. Fucking did it, put a trespass sign up.
Which is probably why they're concentrating on the older people, because they're more likely to let the police in and talk to them.
The last time I had them round here, the missus let them in just after I'd had a bloody spliff in here.
I'm seeing it. All the country's going down the shitter. Everyone's off for themselves. Doesn't matter this now. Everything's. Oh, we've got to do it this way. If you don't do it this way, you're a fucking racist, a homophobe. This country's a joke now. It's a fucking joke.
Robbie, I don't follow any of that. If black is black, white's white. I don't give a shit about political correctness. If it comes out of my mouth, it's my truth. I don't give a shit who I offend. They can go kiss my ass and cry.
But Tina, I've spent all my adult life defending this country. You wouldn't believe the stuff I've done for this country. And it's a fucking shithole.
It's just, you talk to policemen in the street. Well, you got a bit of a potty mouth, so I was born with it. Sorry, nothing I can fucking do about that. I read the English dictionary, and there's all these swear words in there, so I thought I'd fucking use them. So it's crazy what they're doing. So yeah, but if you do come across these police PCSO neighbourhood schemes, be careful and tell your neighbours to be very careful. So please report it. Oh God!
Have you seen that? Have you seen that comment on the screen, guys?
Yeah.
Crime Stoppers.
It's just a point if anybody else has seen this kind of behaviour. They're running it right through the country, apparently. There's going to be a new scheme where you'll start to see these chicken policemen.
I don't understand though, because we've just had the census, haven't we? Been like, so they know all that information. Then again, it's the government, so it'll take them probably about 100 years to process it anyway, wouldn't it?
Well, no, because they've got a lot of digital stuff now. They've got tablets now. They write things down when they talk to people. They've all got high tech now.
But I don't understand why they need to know that information.
I would be asking why they're spending all this money on PCSOs when it's not PCSOs, the lack of PCSOs that there's a problem with. It's a lack of actual coppers that there's a problem with. Why aren't they spending the money on actual coppers and actually doing their job rather than intelligence gathering on people whose information is of no consequence to the police?
There's a massive lack of detectives though, isn't there? No one wants to become a detective anymore. That's the problem with the police.
If they really wanted to know, they've only got to look at the bloody census that's done every 10 years. So that's stupid.
Go on, Fluke. I see your hand up there, Fluke. Go on, mate.
This isn't about solving crime or keeping the community safe or anything else. It's about gathering information. That's what the police have turned into basically like the CIA of the UK. It's like they're just there to gather as much information about people as they can, regardless of whether or not they're innocent or guilty. It's about gathering information. That's what the police are there for. They don't give a shit about your rights. They don't give a shit about your freedoms. They don't give a shit about anything else. It's the government arm of collecting information, because that's all they want. Without information, they can't hold you accountable.
Yeah, well said, Luke. Well said, mate.
On Friday, I was at this bus stop in town, and this guy came over to me and he told me he just stabbed someone, and he asked me for a cigarette and lighter. So I gave him a cigarette. I'm not going to walk away from someone. I'm like, oh, scared. And so And I was fumbling around in my pocket trying to find my lighter. He was like, "Why be so nervous? If you carry on like that, I'm going to stab you." I was like, okay. Found the lighter, put it back in my pocket. He walked off. And I just sat there thinking, what the fuck? He just told me he stabbed someone. And I'm thinking, like, well, what?
Have you heard any news is there any news about anyone being stabbed in the area?
Well, no, not that I've seen. Yeah. So I went straight away. You think something like that. He said that it was at a mate's wedding and all this. So I was like, but my main thought straight away was, okay, so he's used my lighter. I've got his DNA. How sad's that, right? But that's what I thought. But then, so I just, you know, you do on like Messenger on like Derbyshire Constabulary, right? I was like, has anyone been stabbed tonight? Did you do? And they wrote back saying, why isn't that concerning me? And I was like, explain the situation. And because I've explained that, they now want to, like, you know, everything, make a report, how I felt, why don't they ring 999? I'm like, because you're twat. And I don't want a report being made. It's irrelevant how I felt.
Getting feedback again from somebody.
It's Scott.
Scott.
But Angela, you get really bullshitters. And a real killer wouldn't tell you he's going to kill you.
No, I'm not bothered about him. He really wasn't. It was more about the fact that I was thinking that if he had stabbed someone, that it sounds really stupid, but you know, like Miss Marple kind of about an hour later, I was like, I could have his DNA on my lighter if he needed it. Not that I would bring anything, but you know, like I would hate to have been like seen, you know, like again, like stupid crime watch where this man walks along this road and who is this woman? I'd hate to have been like that woman. And so I thought, at least I've got it. That's why I messaged him in the first place. And
would you want to be a witness?
Well, that's the thing. But I was like, I'm more concerned about the guy if anyone had been stabbed and been like properly like, injured. And now they've like on about to me. I'm not even lying, right? They're on about to me that they needed to make a report or something like that of this, that, and the other. I was like, I don't want to make a report. And they asked me if I rang 999. I was like, why would I ring 999? And then they started to come back saying, well, if there's an aggressive male threatening to stab people, then you should have a duty for the people. I was like, what? Hang on a minute. Like, I still wouldn't ring 999. I rang 999.
You should have said to him, I do have a duty. I was going to call you next week.
Yeah, but turn up.
Come out when somebody else has a problem. You take a fucking week to get there, so I'm just going to do the same thing.
Well, they wanted my whole name. They want my name, age, like date of birth, email address, everything.
You don't have to give it to them.
I'm not going to. They're nosy bastards. And all I wanted to know was if someone had been stabbed. That was it. Simple.
That's what they're trying to get you to put yourself in danger, Angela, because they want people details innocent.
Yeah, we can hear you, Scott, but we keep getting feedback from you.
Well, I can't help that, mate. It's not me, is it? I'm not doing it. Some pricks obviously acting to the Bluetooth because it ain't me.
No, normally what happens, Scott, is somebody would have the YouTube open as well as the StreamYard, and the sound comes through the YouTube and it picks it up on your StreamYard feed, and then it plays it back again. It's gone now, but that's what normally happens.
I haven't got any. I didn't have any movement on the speaker whatsoever. So I just come off the feed.
No, you're all right. I'm just saying it was just coming through. That was all. There's no big issue. It wasn't loud or anything. I was just putting it out.
No, it's just not working. So I don't know. I had problems with this.
Sorry, Scott.
I think someone's acted onto the TV. That's all right. Baby ain't got to be sorry. Some dickheads on my tablet or hacking the Bluetooth or something they've done. I'm not very computer but something's clearly been going on.
Fluke, what have you been up to?
Yeah.
I'm coming off the Dan.
Sorry, someone.
See you later, everyone. I'm going.
All right.
Bye, Scott.
Bye, Scott.
Bye-bye. Bye, Michael. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you soon, Scott.
Sorry, Fluke. Go on, mate.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Well, What you been up to?
Just a lot of research work and stuff like that. So nothing. I mean, there's some important stuff there. You know, Aspen Institute, Operation Trust, Chris Hedges, a really interesting lady called Helen Biinski, who was like an investigative journalist as well. Just clocked onto her, and she does some fucking brilliant stuff. So that would be really interesting to chuck in some of her stuff. Alex Jones is the biggest stroker on the planet, right?
He's a fucking knobhead. He's a knobhead.
He is, and he's just released a book called "The Great Reset and the Walled for the World."
Oh god!
Right.
Oh god!
That's crazy.
The geezer's such a fucking cock. It's untrue. It's.
That's what I hate about this country, Dan. All the fucking keyboard
Sorry, I
warriors.
had my mic muted.
All the keyboard warriors like fucking Alex Jones and all that shit think they could run us. They should get their hands fucking blooded like everyone else. Instead of sitting in the fucking office talking crap to people.
Well, the thing is, I think the point is like he's such a limited hangout. It's untrue, and if you call into question people like Russell Brand on YouTube, I mean, he is the actual definition of controlled opposition, because he's going out there putting out video after video after video, calling out governments and this government, our government, if you like, over COVID and stuff like that, and slagging them off and slagging off their policies and all the rest of it. Now, if I did that, I'd get kicked off of YouTube. But if Russell Brand does it, he's still got a monetized and verified YouTube channel. And if you look at, and Dan, you could probably put it up on the screen. If you look up his page, right, and look up his, what's it called, a background or whatever you call it, his background of his YouTube channel.
You mean the about page?
Yeah, I think it's like
the banner.
Yeah, like a banner. Sorry, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Whoever said that, you know,
banner art. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Look at his banner art. It's hilarious. I mean, it's just, you couldn't make this fucking shit up. Do you know what I mean?
Let's have a look.
He is the absolute definition of controlled opposition, because he's slagging off the government, he's slagging off COVID, he's slagging off all this shit. Do you know what I mean? But he's got a verified and monetized YouTube channel, and his banner headline, if you look it up, I'm not sure if you can show it on your screen or not, but oh, he might have changed it.
Yeah.
I'll bet you a tenner he's fucking changed it.
It just says Russell Brand subscribe.
Yeah, Russell Brand subscribe, it says.
Yeah.
Well, Fluke, we should take this country back. I am disgusted with this country. I am fucking sick of this shitty country.
Hang on, I'll see if I can share. Can I share my screen, Dan? Is that okay? Or
is that you, Angela?
Yeah.
Well, why? Because it's a fucking shithole. You've got people who you can't even call. If I call Tina a beautiful woman, I get slagged off. I can't call her a woman. I call you a beautiful woman. You get slagged off. You can't call women now.
Yeah, you can.
Call me a fucking man, I'll knock you out. I'm in
Well, there's a piece I'm doing in tomorrow's video where I tell them I was brought up learning the Queen's English. I was educated using the Queen's English, and I'm going to bloody continue to use it. I don't give a crap what they say.
Could you tag me into that, Roger?
What's his name? Hang on, I just have to.
It's up on screen, Fluke. It's up on screen. Russell's Brand page is up on the screen now, mate.
yeah, that's not. No, I knew he was going to change his screen. I knew he was going to change it because everyone was calling him out over it. Basically, what he had on his screen prior to that, right, there was him in a big picture of himself, and in the background was the number 33.
Right. Banging on craft.
So it's just no wonder he changed that. A lot of people in the alternative media will call him out over it. and he had the big number 33 in the background. Do you know what I mean?
Is that a Masonic thing or some shit?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just say, the police are banging on Craft's door at the moment.
Right, Crafts, do us a Crafts. Come onto the live stream. Go on to click the link in the comments. Start up. Go onto the live stream and come on. You don't have to put yourself on camera if you don't want to.
You've got to be careful what she says though, or sound. She can't turn sound up. She's trying to
put it on live.
Not there.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Well, we can still hear. This is what come onto the live stream. Turn the volume right down so they can't hear anything. But
there's two PCs trying to get access. They've already been told to stop this. They won't even tell them what they're there for.
I think we're turning into a fucking police state at the moment. Everything the police does now, you can't even fucking put a flag up. You get arrested. It's a fucking joke.
Craft, can you click on the StreamYard link in the top?
She can't talk because they'll hear that she's in the flat and they'll break in.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
But mute us. If you talk, yeah, just mute it. Oh no, wait, I'm on
the phone with her now, texting.
Just
if you see that, can you see that banner, and Dan?
Oh yeah, 33.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. Wow.
Right, and this guy's got a fully monetized and verified YouTube channel, earning money with 5.5 million subscribers, right? And he's slagging off COVID, he's slagging off government policy, he's slagging off politicians, but he can get away with it. But if I did that, what do you think would happen to my YouTube channel?
You'd be banned.
Exactly. That is the absolute definition of controlled opposition. Because he's allowed to do it, and he's allowed to earn money from it, right? And he's allowed to do whatever he wants to do, but I can't do it. You know what I mean? But if he does it, it's okay.
If Craft wants to go into Discord and be on the same Discord, then I can screen record the call if you want.
I was going to say, if Craft...
What I want to do is I want to hear what they're saying. I want to hear what they've got to say. Okay, whilst she's being quiet, and see what bullshit they're coming out with. Okay, and then we can call the police and we can say to them, listen, you don't need to be at that house. You can fuck off. She's fine. I mean, if they're saying they're there for a welfare check or any of that kind of stuff, like what we did with the guy from a few weeks back when they went in and arrested him.
Yeah, that's the problem, Dan. They've been told not to call Janine or go to the flat. They've been told to call me as her advocate.
Right.
And that's comfortable to set up.
So if we can see what's going on, if you can see what's going on, for example,
we're going to tell them to fuck off.
Then we've got. Remember, we've got that. You've got that on camera because this is recorded. So whatever they're saying, while she's saying,
back up in there.
I was going to say if she's got like earphones.
They've not said at all. They just want to talk to her tonight. They turned up half an hour ago.
If she's able to plug earphones into a device so she can still hear us.
She's not allowed. But she's going
she doesn't need to hear us. It doesn't need to hear us. It's just a case of mute it. Leave your microphone on. Mute the sound. And just let us listen. So not, I don't mean that in a morbid way because we want to see what they do. I just mean we want, we've got, this is recorded. This is automatically recorded by StreamYard. So you've also got that backup.
All be used as evidence.
Yeah. So if the police kick
how did you that other guy that had the police around that time? Do you remember?
Yeah.
And we ended up being there, and then when the police came back in, they were being dead dodgy and everything. That was a help to that guy lose, I think, knowing that he's got that evidence.
I think it was that guy disabled or something, if I remember.
Yeah. All you do is lock the screen. The screen goes blank, but it's still actually all recording sound and picture.
Yeah, Craft.
They don't know it's recording.
You don't need to speak, Craft. So all you need to do is click mute first of all. Okay, then go into the chat on the YouTube chat and click the link, the StreamYard link. Okay, then no sound will come through. You don't need to talk to us. I'm only thinking of you, thinking of what Tina can use, or what, if anything happens to you, what we can all use, in order to get in touch with the police and say, "Oi, what the fuck's been going on here?" Do you know what I mean? You've been told not to turn up, so mute.
You can do it.
Mute your thing first of all. Mute it first. Your laptop. Okay, that way we can hear you, but you can't hear us for the time being.
Because for me to get video inside, it would be Zoom, and that's got a hell of an announcement bell on it. It's hard to mute that, so we do talk on camera sometimes. But no, they shouldn't be going there. It's been arranged that they won't send welfare officers round, but these 2 police officers won't tell her what they're there for. She hasn't said a word, so they're not sure she's in the property.
Yeah.
Right enough.
So listen, did I? Go on, Sonic.
I was going to say, Lost Souls just put in the chat, made a good point there. What he said, if she mutes the mic, nobody will be. We won't be able to hear what's going on. So if she leaves the mic on, but like either
that's what I said. Mute
the
system so nobody can hear us, but leave the mic running.
Well, I said even if she's got like a wee set of headphones, so she can like still hear us.
Yeah.
I think she does have some earphones.
Well, she could plug them in, like she could still hear us. So like if you need to give her any instructions or anything, they won't be able to hear.
Trying.
I'm in chat. I'm on texting with her now. So.
What is the point of having some of these?
Or can you open a video
What's the point of police anymore, Dan?
Record it.
Anybody explain to me what's the point of the police anymore?
Because if you didn't have the police, then everyone would just be unlawful and everyone would just go around committing crime, and then everyone would just have to take it out on each other.
I'll tell you what the point of the police is. The point of the police is they're the government enforcement arm of their arbitrary laws, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the point of the police. They're not there to solve crimes. They're not to respond to somebody breaking into your house or stealing your car. I don't give 2 fucking shits about that. They're the
I've always said we need a police force, just not the way it is now.
They're the enforcement arm of the government. That's it.
Yeah. They're the heavy.
If you're worried about us being heard, Dan, why don't you mute all of us until she gets it right, just in case?
We just need to bottom right hand corner of your screen, speakers.
Yeah.
Click on it and mute it. Lucifer, are you going to join in the conversation, or are you going to sit there looking like a tart?
My little piggies.
2 little piggies.
I prefer the last one had up.
Is that
rainbow piggies at that?
Yeah. Is that the two that
both of them look like they've beaten the crap out of them? Look at the bruises around her eyes.
They look like they've been beaten up by a few gays and lesbians or something.
What's that in David Cameron spunk on the pigs or what?
I like
the last one he put up though.
I thought she. There
you go. That's my favourite.
Agree or die.
Do we know
that? Do you mind if I put a bit of jazz on in the background, or if that's not allowed?
It'll probably flag me for copyright.
Oh, leave it then.
I've been flagged for copyright through people's mobile phone ringtones before.
Oh, I'll leave it then. It's just that I'm a bit pissed and I don't want to say things.
Did you read? Sorry, Bobby. Did you read my Skype last comment, Pat? Dan?
The last Skype.
I sent you a comment. You never read the fucking Skype messages I send you.
I do sometimes.
That bullshit.
Don't forget, men can't multitask.
The Bryony one, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's been threatened. That person has been threatened with malicious communication by the police.
So Roger, it's fingering two women at the same time. Is that mostly Catherine as well?
Oh, Jesus, Bobby.
Yes.
There's always one in there. There's always one.
Aye.
It's usually me, but
let the depravity fucking commence. Holy shit.
Sonic, I told you I've been on the piss since Friday, so.
Oh, fuck.
It's like a rave.
Again.
It's like a rave without
Don't
dancing.
need to do it that way round. You have one on the top, one on the bottom, and let them get on with whatever they want to do above.
I'm so confused about what conversations are going on here, you know.
Well,
I'm so confused.
Roger, if we need any stimulation, we've got Jack O'Blanchard's tits.
You know, everybody says, "Oh,
So
I had
glad
the
that
best
wasn't
sex ever with so and so."
something.
I'll be honest, the best sex I've ever had is with myself.
Oh my god.
Hey, no.
And I never disappoint myself either.
That consent form, that needs to be wet ink signed and sent back to you in a post, is it?
No, you post it straight to the pit people.
Oh, right, okay, sounds. All right.
You haven't done it yet, have you?
They're in, apparently.
They're in.
The
Come on,
police
be
are in,
honest.
apparently.
You haven't fucking done it yet, have you? You still haven't.
I haven't. I've got it. It's downloaded. It's on my computer desktop.
The police are in Kraft's house, by the way.
What?
Right, Kraft just told me they've just broken through a door.
Well, she needs to be. She
Right, you need
come here. Come in.
You needed to have been on this, so we've got this.
Hold on, I'm going to get her to put me on speakerphone for the police.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that, Tina. There we go.
You have to be quiet,
The
folks.
shit show right on it. Did you have anything? I don't get that. That was very rude. Sorry.
Well.
Going on mute.
Right, here we go.
Everyone mute themselves.
Are you phoning her, Tina, or are you trying to get her to phone you?
We're texting. So they're in. She's going to try and get her phone on for speakerphone so I can talk directly to the two police officers.
Sorry, YouTube.
I done it a couple of weeks ago for another client. That two police officers turned up welfare check, and one of them put her foot through the door. I said, "You've got 30 seconds to move your foot, or I'm talking to your chief constable. Get away from this house."
Peter, call her.
Sorry,
You call her.
I can't. She doesn't want me to at the moment.
Have you got WhatsApp, Tina? Can you WhatsApp a video call with her?
They're telling her she's not allowed to use her phone.
Why? She ask her if she's under
Unless
arrest.
she's actually under arrest, they can't stop her.
Tell them to fuck off, Tina. The fucking stupid pricks.
And she can use the phone if she needs to call an advocate for her.
Yeah.
Someone to speak on her behalf.
Yeah, it's part of the legal
until
advice,
she's
yeah.
actually arrested, they can't stop her using it.
Yeah.
And she needs to tell them that she needs to have what is it? Adult, appropriate adult, appropriate adult. Like.
Ah, that's good.
It's like we're
Can you,
reliving.
Tina, can you text her and say to her? I'm obviously not telling you what to do. You're not silly, but if you can text her and say to her, do a message to the police and ask, and at the top say, show this to the police, and then just underneath it, just put you are her appropriate adult. She suffers from, the mental health issues that she suffers from, and they need to speak to you as to why they've broken in, because of anxiety.
Then you'll be lodging this yourself.
You know, the police are getting worse and worse.
Good night, Psycho's missus.
No, no.
Oh, next Psycho's
What's she
missus.
saying? You know what she's saying?
Just sent it through. I've told her to show it to the police officers. Please tell me why you are trespassing in my client's home.
Wait, so she's allowed to text, right? She's allowed to phone.
Wait, bye.
I'm going to say goodbye. It's easier.
Bye, darling.
Good night, all.
Bye.
Good night, Sonic's Psycho's missus.
You were going to say Sonic's missus then.
I know.
Hi, Brian. Lucifer, you're putting your hand up like that as if to say, why is nobody listening to me? But you're on mute.
He says
That
he
doesn't help,
knows.
Please, sir.
Still can't hear you.
You can unmute yourself.
I'm waiting for the conversation from Tina.
Oh.
I'm just doing some more.
Okay.
I can't get used to this reverse bloody thing on this camera.
What reverse thing?
You mean camera mirroring? When
Yeah,
you
I got the image the wrong way round on the camera or something. So my right hand's my left hand, and
there's an option. There's an option in the settings to not mirror the camera.
Yeah. It's my tech knowledge.
Well,
mate.
God, I just heard a pig outside my hand.
I get there slowly.
Yeah.
That's why I've changed the openings to my videos. I've learnt to do more with the editing suite that I've got. So.
Okay.
But it's the free one on Windows 10.
Yeah.
But you can play with it as long as you've got Paint Shop thing as well. It's it amuses me.
I was told you can play with it as long as you don't get caught.
Yeah, well, I always got told that, and got told afterwards, don't leave your bloody mess everywhere. But there you go.
Found it the hard way.
Well,
the old man was fed up of trying to put the end off the bullet roll.
No, Roger, you should have a posh wank, shouldn't you?
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Say again, Tina.
They've arrested her. They've not told her why. They've dragged her out of the property. They've taken her to the police station.
Oh, they have to tell her why she's arrested.
Yeah, they've got to tell her why.
They must have told her. It's an unlawful arrest. It's an unlawful arrest.
This is exactly what happened to that guy. Exactly the same situation.
Yeah. And this is what they call a welfare check.
They haven't mentioned welfare check. They can't do that. That's going to stop me. That the councils are not allowed to use welfare check. I screwed social services. Said, don't you dare do that again. You're not allowed to do welfare checks. And I told the police, you cannot do welfare checks on my client. I'm the advocate. You ring me. So
do you want to pop off and give them a ring? Give South and Nick a ring and ask them what the fuck's they're playing at.
They won't do anything. They'll take her down to the station, but she's got to be booked in. And she said she'll get her first phone call in 2 hours.
Yeah, she'll have to be
No, I get that, but they would have radioed it back now that they've arrested her, so they would know why she's been arrested.
Well, they're going to let her know that at the station. Apparently, she hasn't.
They can't do that. They have to tell them there and then.
It has to be at the time of the arrest.
You know what they can't do, but they do these things, don't they? So
I don't know, because they also have to give them necessities of arrest as well at the end when they go to the police station and tell the custody sergeant of why she's been arrested and what necessities for the arrest are involved. So I'm actually quite shocked to see what the necessities are, because
I thought the police chief's council, whatever it is, told them to stop doing these welfare checks like this.
it's not a welfare check. They've arrested her for some sort of criminal action.
Ah,
they won't tell her what.
Sorry, I got the gist.
No,
I thought it was a welfare check.
I didn't
Sorry,
clarify
my apologies.
That. They've said she's going to be charged with something, but they're not saying what it is at the moment. They're taking her down the station.
Well, they can't do that because
they do it.
Well,
yeah, they do it all the time, Jack.
Can I just say I'm really confused how you know that? I'm not saying different, but like how we know that she had been arrested, dragged out of the house, and she couldn't have texted that. They would have took her phone from her, wouldn't they?
She said they've arrested her and they're taking her out by force. And then she turned the phone off. So.
Right. Well, I mean, this isn't the first time this has happened to her. She needs to work out how to when she gets out this week, she needs to work out how to get onto these things so that she's got some protection there. By at least having it recorded.
She needs one of them little spy cameras somewhere.
She's constable there called David. He met her a couple of days ago, and he's promised her he'd stop any of this nonsense and stop these visits, which are scaring the crap out of her. She also needs to be moved from where she is. So I'm challenging the council at the moment. I've never come across a thicker bunch of fucking people in all my life. They're terrible.
Tina,
yes.
Tell her to go to B&M. You can get them tiny little spy cameras. Do you remember the ones you were giving away on the stream pack a little while back?
She's got cameras. She's got a door camera and she's got 2 internal cameras.
Yeah, but these you can hide. They'll run up to an hour and a half, 2 hours, but there's no flashing lights on them to say they're recording.
She's got 2 cameras one in the front room, one in the hallway, and she's got one above her door, so it's going to be caught on camera.
Yeah.
The only thing that confuses me.
Little ones.
Yeah. The only thing that confuses me is they said that she's not allowed to call you, but she was able to. But they allowed her to text you.
No,
now,
I don't think they knew she was texting. She was told she couldn't phone anybody. She was texting under the table where she was sat with
I think then also what will confuse me also is that
they just kept saying they wanted to talk to her. She had to go down the station. They had to take her in, and she just said, "Well, what's this about?" It's just crazy.
They can't just go in and drag her out without giving her a reason.
Well, we'll find out what's going on tomorrow, no doubt. I'll reach out to Crafts tomorrow. And see how
sounds like she might need to maybe talk to TC.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. She's called her dad. I received about 10-15 minutes ago.
Oh, so this is not Bumblebee then? This is another person.
They don't care. And she's chronically disabled. They don't give a shit.
They're prepared to beat the crap out of kids. They ain't going to worry about somebody older, are they?
Nope.
No.
Right.
Sorry.
Right, give us a second. Fluke, give us a wave. Sound right, bringing Fluke back on. I need to go and make another brew. I'm going to bring Fluke in, and then I'm going to leave you guys to chat amongst yourselves for a couple of moments while I go and make a brew. Yeah. Try and bring up a topic of conversation that we can discuss, and I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, Bobby.
Shh. It's a secret.
Have you heard about that clinic? He's beating up
he starts talking.
I don't think we want to know anything about any of your fucking clinics, man. Holy
no,
shit.
we don't want to know about clinic.
No, the kids that he was having 4-year-olds that have sex change.
Down in Tavistock.
You have to think they're being shut down, Bobby. All the NHS gender clinics are now being closed down as gross misconduct.
That's
legally giving children gender transfer drugs without the parents' knowledge. The child belongs to the age of 18. No one can do that.
And the schools are planting them seeds in their heads as well.
Yeah,
you can be what you want to be.
Cross-dressers going in to give them a story time.
Yeah,
they're not being funny. Like, when I was... Sorry, Tina. Sorry. When I was growing up, we used to play with dolls, prams, whatever. That doesn't mean I like fucking cock, does it? But now you're going into schools saying, "Oh, you've got to be gay because you like dolls." Fucking stupid. How many of us men on this panel has played with the doll before today? Not if blow up one either.
I didn't play with dolls.
Oh shit!
I had action men. I used to set them up at the bottom of the garden and shoot them with my air rifle.
I used to put mine on the dartboard.
I remember when I was a man, when I grew up, I wanted to be a fucking ninja turtle. Fuck it, I'm in school now. They'd be back to stitch a fucking shell on my back or some shit. You know what I mean?
Now you're a fucking
What pisses me off the most is that if a gay kid was in school and all the teachers palmed on him, oh, you're wrong, you've got to be confined to the stereotype being straight, there'd be uproar. But they go into school saying to the kids at 4 years old and upwards, oh, you think you like dolls? Or you do this?
Then hold on a minute, Bobby. There is a thing called on the NHS, which is conversion therapy. And they're trying to get that stopped. And that's where the most horrific things in the past have done to males, mostly males, obviously, but like the things that have happened to men to be like taught not to be gay. It's horrific, and yet that still goes on, and that's still legal. And I don't think there's anything wrong.
It started long before that. Does anybody remember the Rocky Horror Picture Show?
Oh fuck!
Has that got food with you more in it?
If you look at
I'll tell you what's on it. Get this one. I went to the live stage show in Oxford, dressed up as Frankenfurter.
It's stocking suspenders, oh my!
I got thrown out of the theatre within half an hour because you had all the audience participation. And when they bring on the rain, when Brad and Janet are going to the mansion, everybody at the front had water pistols. Dickhead at the back here with the fire hose. So I got turfed out the theatre. And as I was getting out the door, the lad said, we'll meet you in the pub across the road. Now, bear in mind, I'm dressed as Frankenfurter, not knowing that it was a bloody gay pub. So I walked in there, and I'll tell you what, I was out the door in 5 seconds, mate.
Jesus Christ, mate. That's a story for grandkids.
And that is gospel.
Was there a few people in your door before you got out the door?
I got some very strange looks and blown a few kisses, and that was it, man. I was gone.
It looks like Roger so far in the closet. He's in Narnia.
It was like walking into the Blue Oyster Club.
Can I ask a question of everybody in the area? In Devon, we've had a 45% increase because of this gender reclassification in schools of parents removing their children from public schools or state schools. They're now doing homeschooling in Devon. 45%.
It's happening all over the country, Tina. It's becoming very popular now with what they're doing.
Children are being abused at school. It shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, when I done a video on it, I had quite a few of the female subs, especially, got in touch and said, yeah, you know, it's the way ahead. We don't want them being brainwashed and turned into drones.
Tina, could I just address that subject quickly?
Yes.
Of course.
I agree with what you're saying, and I think what we've got to be very, very careful of, or very, very aware of. I mean, I don't have children myself, but I've got nephews and nieces, and some of them is, you know, and I've got, I don't know, what do you call them, grandnephews or grandnieces or whatever you call them. But, you know, they're going to school and growing up with all this rainbow shit and transgenderism, and, you know, they're talking about children going, oh, you can be a boy or a girl or whatever you want to be, and you can tell it to your teacher, but you don't have to tell your parents, and the teachers will keep what you say confidential between you and the teacher, and they don't have to tell your parents what you're saying. I mean, what sort of bullshit is that?
It's unlawful. The child is yours.
It's what the schools are turning out today.
In any other sense, that is called child abuse.
It is,
yeah. Psychological child abuse.
Well, I see it every day right outside my front door. Literally, if I open them curtains, you can see it is a junior school. Right next to that is a senior school. 100 yards round the corner is a middle school. And I'll tell you what, from all ages that go to all three of them schools, I have never seen so much disrespect from kids.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that we've got to understand, I think, as adults in this country. You know, regardless of your political persuasion, is irrelevant. You know, because politics in of itself is irrelevant. Do you know what I mean? We've got to realise that when you've got drag queen story hour and people turning up
in Bristol,
fucking,
yeah.
And let me finish. You know, drag queens turning up with fucking dildos hanging from between their legs in front of children. Can you imagine if that happened in front of my dad, fucking in the 1970s?
Nice.
He'd have beaten the shit out of that person for doing that in front of me as a kid. You know. Now,
back in the 1970s, I'd have probably done the same.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the point. It's nothing to laugh about. It's fucking serious, because the serious issue here is if you did that in a private capacity, like in your own home, you know, and Pap and me were dancing around with pretend cocks hanging out, you know, teaching children's stories while swinging our fucking plastic cocks around. Do you think the police might be interested in your activities? You know,
of course they would. Of course they would.
Exactly.
You get your kids.
Apparently, though, but that's okay if you goes to a library, a public library.
And also, Fluke.
Let me finish.
Go on, sorry.
What I'm saying is if anybody thinks that's even remotely acceptable in a public setting, whether it be a public school, a primary school, a library, or anything else, anybody who thinks that that's acceptable is sick in the fucking head.
Of course it is. At what point do you go anywhere and see men's or whoever's swinging plastic cocks?
It's all over. It's one a couple of weeks ago. And also, when the drag queen goes into the schools and the libraries, the fucking names they have, you know, it's disgusting.
Hold on, I need to get a grip here. Hold on. So there's people there in public, fully clothed, but they've got the swinging around a plastic cock in front of them.
Yes.
I mean, a while back they had this thing with it.
Okay, let's put it this way. There's a man dressed as a woman with pretend tits.
Careful what you say, people. Don't forget YouTube and the authorities watch this.
Swing it. Hang on, this isn't.
We don't want to lose the channel.
This is nothing that's not on mainstream media. It's already on mainstream media. So don't think you can't talk about it.
Is it we just talk about transgender?
Listen, what everybody, if you want to grow up as a grown person and you want to chop some bits off your body and stick other bits on there, that's up to you. It's your body. It's your choice.
Body autonomy.
What I'm saying is how do you reconcile that, right, with your child going to school and getting taught by a big fucking bloke that's dressed up as a woman like a drag queen with a fucking plastic cock hanging out of them and teaching your children stories?
What makes you think you have hold on a minute. People have, you got to understand, right? This is about people believing that they've been born into the wrong body. Yeah. It isn't about like what they believe they see a child as. Because that's like saying, because we're male, you're male, I'm female, I'm attracted to men, you're attracted to women.
If you're an adult,
no, hold on a minute. You've got to understand these people are adults feeling this way. Yeah, but you're putting it on par. What you're saying is like we're all paedophiles.
I don't have a problem with adults doing what they want to do, right?
But you think that all
adults is so-called adults doing this in front of 6-year-old children. That's what I've got a problem with.
Oh,
but
don't forget, there is another thing called body dysmorphia.
Would you have a problem with somebody doing gay sex in front of children in a primary school?
I'd have a problem with anybody having sex in front of children in a primary school.
Right. So what's the difference between a man dressed up as a woman with a plastic cock dancing around in a 6-year-old primary school children's class, right? Promoting transgenderism.
And if he done it in public and somebody took offence, the police would arrest him.
Get your head together, because that's not fucking right.
There is a huge difference between teaching people to be accepting and the kind of, I mean, you know, and I agree with Luke in a way that I've seen videos of people of what they called drag queens, and Holly just said a minute ago, drag queens are an adult entertainment form of adult entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay.
And which they've turned into something else now.
Which they've always been, and I get that they're using them to try and allegedly educate younger children, but what they're doing doesn't educate them to be inclusive. The stuff that they're talking about, the stuff that they're showing with a big plastic penis and things, as Flips just rightly said, it's got nothing to do with showing acceptance. Acceptance means having somebody around you, okay, that you don't make feel out of place. Okay, that you don't make feel different.
None of these minority groups ever had as much publicity as they're getting now.
No. Right. The point behind this is a psychological point, right? This is a psychological point, right?
It's conditioning into acceptance.
This is the thing,
well,
right?
Roger, you've got the same rights that we've got. Everyone on this panel.
I totally agree with you. I don't have a problem with them. What I don't like is it being shoved in my fucking face, and you know I don't swear very often.
Now, listen, right, this isn't about it being shoved in your face because you're a
It is, though. It is, though. It is. It is. It's on the telly every day.
Fluke, it's everywhere you look.
I know, and the point is,
it's on bloody police cars.
The point is trying to make it because it's about children, but that is making a judgment saying that they're all paedophiles.
The fundamental point is, right? I don't mind it being done. If I was in my local pub and a bunch of fucking dressed up men turned up dressed up as women swinging their dildos about, right? I can either entertain it or walk out and go to the next pub. I can walk away from it. You know what I mean? When you do that in a primary school, right? The children have got no chance to walk away from that. They're forced
totally
to
agree
accept
with you.
it.
Totally
right?
agree
They're forced to accept
it. But they're not teaching kids about being gay, straight, whatever.
Let me finish.
They're forcing this stuff on down their throat. That's the problem I've got. That's the problem I've got.
Bobby, calm down.
This is a psychological point.
Sorry, Dan, I'm a bit pissed.
This is a point of coercion. You're coercing these children to think that this is okay. It's not about going, oh, you need to be accepting if you're gay or lesbian or this, that. At 6 years old, why do you need to teach children about gays and lesbians and all this? Let them just grow up. When they get to 16, 17-year-olds, if they want to lick pussy or suck cock, right, that's up to them. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. You don't have to send the children to school at 6 years old and get some bloody fat drag fucking bloke with a plastic cock and swing it in their fucking face. That is fucking child abuse. That is child abuse.
Can I say something, Dan?
Yeah, go on.
Right. The age of consent for sex education used to be 18 in the 70s.
Yeah, and then it was reduced to 16.
In the 1980s. In 2019, just before the COVID hit, the government reduced it to 5. That is disgusting.
What did they reduce it to, Tina?
You are showing children under the age of 16, basically, sex education of all these different genders. Yes, people have a right to be what they want to be. You know, most of us know people that are like that. I have no objection, but to bring it into a child under the age of 16, they're a fucking child. They should be allowed to live as a child, grow as a child, not to be told this disgusting stuff that adults want to do. Not children.
At the end of the day, all they're doing is sexualizing fucking children. Remember back in the day, right? We were talking about stranger danger. You know, like for the whole.
Yeah.
If someone comes up and says to you, "Oh, this is our little secret between us," don't tell anybody.
Charlie says.
Red flag. Aye, right. But now they're doing it in the fucking schools. the teachers are telling the kids, well, don't tell the parents, no, this is between us. There's your fucking flag right there.
Even kiddies programs used to have them at the end back in my day, warning you about sweets, kids, blokes with puppies and stuff.
Let's talk about the law side of it, okay? There was a bit last year where police officers are saying that if a transgender person has changed their gender but still has the male genitals, they would have the right to strip search a female in a cell. And if that female refuses, it's a race hate crime, sex hate crime. They'll get
hate crime, yeah, absolutely.
So how does that work? The
That's what I'm saying to you, Tina. This country's gone down the fucking shitter. We should just fucking blow it off and start again.
That male who is transgender to a female is not attracted to that woman. It's attracted to males.
It is written in police legislation. A female has to do a strip search on a female. That's a biological.
We're talking about an adult situation here, right?
It can be
what I'm talking about is children being taught this shit in school, right?
It should not be in schools. That's my opinion.
And this is what happens with the French. If you look into it,
this is disgusting. In schools, you should leave school kids to play and teach their B's and C's. Instead of if you're gay and this. It's a lot of
they should
bullshit.
be playing kiss chase, not listening to some fucking man dressed as a woman with a plastic.
And why they're learning all this, they're missing out on what I would call.
That's not what children should be exposed to. I mean, would you want your child to be exposed to that? I wouldn't want my child to be exposed to that. Do you know what I mean?
And the acceptance part of it, okay, the acceptance part of it is, as you've just said, right, they should be allowed. Shut up, Alexa. They should be playing kiss chase, and the whole acceptance part of it is making sure that if they want to play if a boy wants to play kiss chase with another boy, as long as that boy is, doing it back, then fine. That's accepting, allowing them to do what they want to do. If that's the way that they are, then fine. But pushing it on them, this, as Fluke said as well, and I agree with, this whole waving dildos about and all the rest of it, and in their miniature skirts and all the rest of it, with their bulges almost sticking out their fucking frilly knickers and all the rest of that stuff, is wrong on any level for a child's time.
Can I make a point there, Pat? Because I think you made a good point there, right? And I'd like to rebut, if you don't mind, because I know we butt heads a couple of times, but what I'm saying is, when I was a kid and I went to school and I played kiss chase, I chased girls and I tried to kiss them. Do you know what I mean? And the girls chased the boys, and the girls chased the boys and tried to kiss them. Do you know what I mean? And it depended on whether or not you like that girl or you like that boy. Do you know what I mean? And that's how it worked. Nobody was taught in our schools that you could chase another boy and kiss another boy.
Yeah, but the best-looking girls in the school never wanted to play.
Right, and that. Don't make a joke of this, mate, because it ain't fucking funny, right?
I've been there, mate.
You've got to joke if you don't joke about things, you get depressed.
You're talking to a 61-year-old who's
don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is, right, when I was a kid and I was 6 years old at school, no fucking bloke turned up dressed up as a woman with a cock swinging between his legs and told me his fucking story from the library. Do you know what I mean? That didn't happen. This is about naturalization. This is about familiarizing children with. This is about familiarizing children with things they don't need to know. Because you don't need
my
to
child
know.
be taught in school.
Hang on a minute. You don't need to know that. At 6 years old, you do not need to know about this sort of stuff. When you get to 16 years old and you become an adult, then you can decide, I'm gay, or I'm lesbian, or I'm bisexual, whatever it is. Why do you need to do it to children who are 6 fucking years old? There's fucking no reason for it.
It is part of life.
You're right.
It is part of life.
I don't care if you go to school and say to kids,
when I was at primary school,
you might be gay, but
it's in society.
Tell us both stories. But now it's just one issue.
Probably 50 years ago.
The point is, none of this. The point is, what we're talking about here isn't about acceptance. As I've said a couple of times, you know, trans people going and reading stories. Look, I ain't got no issue with that, okay? Because let's think about it. We used to go and watch. Somebody said it in the comments a minute ago. We used to go and watch pantomimes where a man would dress up as a woman on the stage. Got no issue with that. They're telling a story, but nobody on the stage used to get a dildo out and start waving it around in front of the kids' faces.
And that is what a trans person does.
Oh, that's
Sorry?
what,
Yeah,
what a trans person does is they dress up as a man dresses up as a
Angela,
woman, or a
go
woman
and
dresses
watch
up as a man, and
Based
swings a
Welshman's
plastic
channel.
cock in front of a child's face, and you think that's acceptable?
To me, a person is a person. What they believe in themselves is who they
Do
are as
you
people
think it's
inside.
acceptable for a
Yeah.
man or an adult woman to dress up as a different gender and swing a plastic cock in a child's face? Do you think that's acceptable?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Angela,
fucking genius.
Angela,
There you
you've
go.
got to
There's
look
your
at this.
fucking, there's
Excuse
your
me,
fucking
Flo.
problem.
You've got to look
There's
at
your
this,
fucking
right?
problem.
Say if I went into school and got my cock out, I'd be arrested.
Yes.
But if a gay man went into school and got his cock out, always tell story times. I don't care if they tell kids about gay being straight, as long as they tell the kids on both sides of the story. Instead of it's just now.
Hang on. Let's be fair.
No, I'm not being funny, Pat, right? But this is how deranged people are. This is how so socially conditioned that these people are, right? That they think it's acceptable. And whether it was me or, sorry, I can't, is it Trudy? Tina up the top.
Sorry,
sorry, my eyesight's not very good. I can't read all these little names. So if it's okay for me to turn up as Nigella, you know what I mean, or Flukella,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, and dress up as a woman and swing a fucking plastic dildo in a child's face in a primary school, and some people think that's fucking acceptable. Are you taking a fucking piss out of me? Do you know what I mean? And if
you've got to be 18 to go and buy a dildo.
Even if it was Tina,
Can I ask another
that
point?
dressed, even if it was not, for argument's sake, even if it was Tina who did try to dress up as a man and turn up at a primary school swinging a plastic fucking cock around in front of your 6-year-old child, would you think that was fucking acceptable? And the last person that was on this fucking live stream thought it was acceptable. That's fucking disgraceful. What you do as an adult is different to what you do as a child.
Here's another question. The government removed this age limit in 2019, just before the COVID hit. They put a bill through to reduce the sex education age to 5.
Yeah,
right?
And they can teach children to masturbate in school at the age of 5 years old.
So
do you think that's fucking acceptable?
No, I don't.
Not that age, no.
How do grooming gangs start when they get older kids?
And now they're talking about using the word groomer as an acceptable.
Yeah, but how do grooming gangs get older kids? You've got
Yeah,
all
the
these
woke want to turn it into a hate word.
getting into schools.
The woke want to make it acceptable. No, that's the paedophiles want to make it acceptable.
How many of these people going into these schools have had a DBS clearance from the police?
None.
Because they've got a record.
I'd be
But
surprised.
none of them will have, because the school have got to pay for a DBS check, as far as I'm aware. And they're not going to pay for a DBS check on people that are coming in to read a story. Now, if Angela's still watching, I mean, look.
She said the private chat, Dan.
As I've said, right, you've got people that dress up, okay, drag queens or whatever you call them. They dress up, they tell a story. We grew up with it happening on the stage, but it never got. Yeah, there's still some innuendos that the adults understood. You know, like in a lot of cartoons these days, there's an innuendo chucked in there that a kid wouldn't even contemplate, but an adult might understand. Now that was normal. That I ain't got an issue with. Okay, but when you are, and I've seen the videos myself, like on Based Welshman's channel and some others, when you've got people turning up, like especially a gang of them, of drag queens. Some are trans, not all of them. We need to make that clear. Not all of them are trans. Some of them are genuinely drag queens, and they're blokes that just dress up and entertain. So we need to make that clear. But when you've got these people that are turning up to schools or to libraries with children, young children, and they are, as you say, getting sexualized in what they're doing in their act, shall we say, inverted commas, that is wrong for any child to see. If I decided to dress up as a woman and I went into a school with tits and I went, look at these kids, oh, wibbly wobbly boobies, I would get thrown out and I would get arrested.
Yeah, you would.
And it's exactly the same as what is happening in schools and libraries with a lot of these drag queens and the trans that go along.
Can I make another point, Dan? Because I wanted to address a specific subject, right? Now, in Dallas, Texas, right, they did a drag queen thing, and it wasn't even a story hour. They weren't reading stories. They were just prancing up and down the stage, you know, I don't know, what do they call it when they're, you know, showing their butt or fucking just acting provocatively. Do you know what I mean? And they invited children and their parents to come to this, and children were putting out $10 bills and sticking it in their fucking pants, right? And this is acceptable, right? Now, in Dallas, Texas, anybody under the age of 21 is not even allowed it in a bar that sells alcohol.
I know what you're talking about. It was a strip. Right. It was a strip club or something.
So what I'm saying is, the police were standing outside of that very bar, not enforcing the law that those parents could have been cited for taking their children in the bar in the first place, because it's illegal for them to be in that bar. Let alone illegal to be in the bar that's serving alcohol, but in front of a bunch of fucking blokes dressed up as women, fucking prancing up and down the stage like strippers, while children were given money by their own fucking parents to stick in their fucking drawers.
Because
how sick of a parent do you need to be?
They're following the norm. That's what they're doing, because people are trying to normalize this, and it's not normal.
Exactly.
It's not normal.
There's something I need to say, but
sexuality, no matter how much you think about it, has been around for centuries. The Romans first brought it in. They like at the same time. Then you had the Greeks that brought it in. Homosexuality was rape. Well, it was banned in the 60s. You can go to jail for that. But now we're not saying it.
Tina is absolutely
Tina,
correct.
how far this going to go if they change the law to 5-year-old?
Correct.
So if a man goes with a 5-year-old, by law, then he's not committing a crime, is he? If that law's been changed.
But hang on a minute.
So what I'm saying is, Tina is absolutely correct. It's the term you use, Tina, is normalization. And that's the point. It's about normalizing things that aren't fucking normal. You know, it wasn't normal when I was a kid. It wasn't normal when I was a child. It wasn't normal when I went to primary school. You know what I mean? So why is it normal now?
Well,
because the powers that be want to make this normal. Because what they want to do is corrupt your children. They want to fuck with their minds.
Well,
it's
what
about
they did
psychology.
with us back in the day, we weren't until we got to secondary school and 16 years old.
That's right.
You were given the choice of either sex education or religious education as a lesson. And in the sex education lesson, the first thing they taught us was there were 3 types of human being sexually. There's a male, there's a female, and there's the unlucky few that are born hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
And that was the only genders we were taught about.
Yep.
Can I just say something it's something that's been brought to my attention. It was just I don't know who it was, I can't remember, but there was somebody in the panel who said, what was it about all trans people being like sexual deviants or something like that? That were all fucking perverts. Basically, all trans are like
most of them aren't. Most of them aren't.
Right. Well, I happen to know somebody who's trans. Right, he's male, but he's now female. And that comment just kind of sickened me because it felt like they're just tarring all trans people with the same brush.
No,
they're all perverts and all
Sonic,
that.
Some of them fine, some of them all right, but you get the militant people who shove it down your throat. I don't give a fuck what they do. If they want to suck cock, let them.
It's the same as the gay community. It's like all the decent ones have been tarred with the same brush. They're all being
But
made
Sean,
out to
if
be
you,
something
you've
that
got to
the
realise
actual
something, right?
medical name for people that want parts of their body removed or added is body dysmorphia.
Gender dysmorphia, body dysmorphia.
Okay, here's another example, right? Okay, let's talk.
But see to me, Fluke, you are anti-gay, and we're not anti-gay in this chat.
Who
I
said
don't give
I'm
a
anti?
fucking...
And actually, I'm just going to prove you wrong straight off the bat, right?
Go on.
One of my best friends in Los Angeles is Nasty Nathaniel, who's a gay man and an auditor in the UK, in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah, I've seen his work, yeah.
And I've had multiple conversations with him, emails and phone calls and everything. Lovely bloke, really nice lad. Do you know what I mean? Does exactly the auditing for the right fucking reason. Here's another one for you. Here's a trans guy that trans into a woman called Furry Potato, who's one of the best known auditors in Los Angeles. And I've had multiple phone calls with her and multiple email conversations with her. And she actually said to me, "You're one of my best friends." And I've never even met these people personally. Do you know what I mean?
And
So
look how many
say
people
I'm anti-fucking gay, because I
look how
don't
many
give a shit
people
where
got
you want
behind
to.
Furry
That's what you come across, Fluke. That's how you come across.
I don't give a shit where you stick your dick or where you stick your fanny. Just don't stick it in a child's fucking face.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
I remember
Nobody wants that.
I remember a time when people that were vegetarian just used to get on with it, go and eat their leaves and grass and whatever they was eating. It never used to be an issue. I'm a carnivore. I don't go round, walking up to everybody and going, "I eat fucking meat. You should eat fucking meat." I don't do. This was a time when people used to decision in their life, go and just live with that decision, and everybody else around them. Yes, there was times where people weren't accepting. Nowadays, people are far more accepting. However, people need to make a decision and go and live their lives without forcing their decisions or whatever it is to other people. That's where I start. That's the issue that I've got. Is that
it's like me, Dan, as an ex-biker. I mean, you're not old enough to remember, but how they used to treat and see bikers back in the day. We're filthy animals, we're drug addicts. We want to fight all the time. Well, some of us did, but
you still are. You still are, you filthy animal.
But back then, they were very rarely accepted. We even had, and there's a documentary about it, a bike club and I think they're still about, called the God Squad. And they even tried, although most of them are religious, vicars, etc., hence the name of the club, pubs would still turn them away just because of the way they were dressed.
Right.
Yeah,
Can I just
this is the thing. It's not just. I can understand what you're saying, because I was a biker myself, and I still am a biker. Do you know what I mean? So, I had my bike license since I was 21. So what's that, over 30 fucking years? So I can understand that concept, But what I'm saying is, I don't force children to be bikers or promote being a biker to a child. I don't promote. Yeah. I'm a heterosexual biker with my big fucking, machine here, and you've got to be like me. Do you know what I mean? But that's, and that's not acceptable, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you force somebody on. If you force a child, not force a child, but if you try to influence a child into a certain sexual thing, right? That's one thing. Now, introducing a child to football or basketball or racing motorbikes or racing cars or whatever it is, do you know what I mean? Or any sport of any particular persuasion is one thing, right? But when you've got people turning up to a school to try and influence a child, to make them, confuse them to the point where they don't know whether they want to be a boy or a girl, is unacceptable on any level.
It's something they shouldn't put in their head with the further learning they've got to do afterwards, because that's just going to throw them right off.
Let me just hold you. Hang on, let me just hold you there for a second. Ian Houston, can you do me a favour? Have you got camera? because I need a way of verifying that the person in the back office is actually a real person. And I know you're saying it's you in the private chat there. It's just very difficult to know it's anybody from a piece of text. Also, Mr. X-Ray says, so is it wrong for a bunch of ladies that are on a hen night to carry cocks around in the street? Mr. X-Ray, that's completely different. Okay,
Yeah,
most
exactly.
hen nights is going to be a thing when the children, when the 6-year-olds and everybody else are at home. Okay, and they're going to go to a nightclub or a pub where children aren't going to be, and they might be carrying around an inflatable penis or whatever it is they do these days. That is completely different from having children in an environment they cannot escape from. Okay, being made to sit there by the school, maybe not even with the parents' consent, but being made to sit there by the school and look at that kind of thing. And that is what the issue is here. Nobody's got an issue with somebody that wants to be trans or gay or bi or any of the million other words that they've come up with. Nobody's got an issue with that per se. It's the fact that that it's forced upon people. I'm a smoker. Okay, let me use this as an example. Nobody forced me to smoke. Nobody forced me not to smoke. My parents smoked and other people smoked. And as I grew up, nobody said to me, you've got to smoke. You've got to smoke. So I'm a smoker, so you've got to smoke. You know what I mean?
The adverts.
I made a decision on my own as I grew up. Okay, I know it's not quite the same, but it's a similar concept. Okay, it's a choice that I made. I know being gay isn't a choice. You know what I mean? And that, but I chose to be a smoker. Okay, and I'm a smoker now, but I don't go around forcing other people to become smokers. All right. So on the same token, people that want to dress up as women for whatever reason, okay, that people that want to be sexualized in their interactions with people, that's entirely their choice. But they shouldn't be doing it, okay, around children that haven't got the capacity to be able to say, no, I don't want to be here, or no, I feel uncomfortable. And they're sat in that situation. Some of them, I think, will actually turn around or grow up to actually detest that section of community because they were forced to sit through it.
Yes.
And that shouldn't be the case. You know, if you've got story time, drag queen story time, right? Kids have got drag queen story time. If you want to come along, feel free. If you don't, no issues. Go and find something else to do. And that should be how it is, in my opinion. Okay. Go on, Tina.
What you're facing is a generation of children that will be confused. They'll be psychologically damaged, not knowing what their true identity is. They're not going to be on the fun and play. And I believe that's going to end up putting a load of kids on drugs, ordered by doctors because they've got psychological problems. That's where this is going. It's going to psychologically damage a lot of the modern day children. And I've got 10 children, 10 grandkids, and 3 great grandchildren. I became a grandmother at 34 to a stepson, my daughter. You know, and I worry about their future because they're being pushed to do this at school. They're not being asked. They're not being spoken to nicely about it. It's forced. They have to go into
Tina.
Yes.
Now, this might sound strange. I'm going to put the BBC in the forefront here. Now, they put up a documentary. I can't remember when it was, but it's under BBC Archives. And the documentary is what children of the 60s and 70s thought that 2000 would be like. And you have a look, see how
it's called the 21. What's it called? The 21. You had every 10 years or so, they had the same kids.
Yep, it was back at the kids of the 60s and 70s and the predictions they made for the year 2000.
Right. I've got Ian Houston in the back again. He disappeared for a while. He's come back now. I don't think I've got a way of verifying him, so I'm going to bring him on. I'll keep my finger on the button in case it's somebody that we don't want on here and does something silly. No offense, Ian, if it's not, but I do have to be cautious. But if anything happens here, then please forgive me in advance.
Hello,
Ian.
Hello.
Ian, hi.
Hello.
What? Hello, you all right?
Yes, I'm good. I just thought I'd jump on the okay because I've not been on live stream before, so I thought I'd pop on.
No worries. You got anything to add to the conversation, Ian?
I'm enjoying the conversation at the moment. And I was quite happy sat in the background.
What do you think?
And
there's no right or wrong answer. I mean, everybody's got their own opinion. So
yeah,
go on.
Yeah. There's a lot of right people on there, and I think they've got a right to speak about what they're saying. But I think there's a lot of strong opinions.
But what do you think, Ian? Do you think what for example, what Fluke was saying about the sexualization that these drag queens bring in front of the kids?
I don't think it's right, and I don't think they should be going into libraries and expressing their views towards children. I don't think that's right at all.
No, they definitely shouldn't be getting into the schools and doing it.
If it's a story time, that's what they should be there for. They should be there and reading a story, not passing on their ideology.
You're talking about adult entertainment, Dan.
Hang on, Bobby. Hang on.
Sorry.
Hang on, Bobby. 1 second. Go on, Ian. Carry on.
Anybody can read a story. You don't have to put a makeup and wig on to read a story.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Fluke, you had your finger up. Go on, mate.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring something to people's attention, and this is the inherent problem that we have with the sexualization of children, and it's an inherently sick fucking situation, right? Now, if anyone's got a pen and paper, please write this down. You need to look up a bloke called Alfred C. Kinsey, right? And another guy called John Money, right? And then you need to look up a drug called Lupron, right? Lupron, right? Now, Kinsey was one of the most disgusting people in human history. He actually used to masturbate children at the age of 6 months old to see if they would ejaculate or not. If that's how sick he was, right? And he was, and this is how sick these people are. And he's now one of the heroes inducted onto the National LGBTQ Wall of Honor. There you go. So 1 minute he's masturbating your 60-year-old child, and the next minute he's on the Wall of Honor of the LGBT community.
But there's difference between adult entertainment and then doing it to children. Back in the day, I used to get my cock out for a living. That was adult. That's with women. But if I got my cock out now in front of Angela or Tina, either get a slap or whatever.
If you read chapter 14 of George Orwell's 1984, right? Okay, it says the adults will indoctrinate the children. Right? Okay, so if you read that, it actually tells you, right? Okay, but the adults will try to indoctrinate the children.
Yeah.
And the thing is with that, Kinsey and John Money, both of them did scientific research, and I use that term as loosely as you could possibly fucking do it, right? Because it came to nothing. All they did was abuse children. That's all they did. They masturbated 6-month-old boys and girls to see if they would ejaculate or masturbate or whatever they would.
But the thing is,
when John Money and Kinsey produced, let me finish. When they produced their so-called research, both of them were completely nullified. They were just told that you're completely out of order. They kicked their research into the woods because it wasn't researching anything. What are you researching? Masturbating a fucking 3-year-old. What are you going to get from that? What are you going to get from that? You're a fucking pervert, is what you are.
Yeah. I'm surprised they don't get statues outside the
same
statue
in the BBC.
And then if you go on to that,
BBC
the same
was
two guys
made by a fucking paedophile.
right? The same two guys were actually involved in a company that was eventually involved in a drug called Lupron, right? Lupron is a drug which is a puberty blocker prior to transgenderism, right? So if you're 11, 12 years old, they give you Lupron, right? Lupron is a puberty blocker which stops you from going through puberty, whether you're male or female, right? The biggest two fucking investors in Lupron are, strangely enough,
Pfizer,
BlackRock and Vanguard. There you go. The two biggest investors in that
and
are
they
the same biggest investors in nearly every company on the planet.
they
And I'm
Pfizer,
sure
they own
Tina can
Pfizer.
subscribe to that point.
They own Pfizer.
Tina, look at your WhatsApp messages, sec.
WhatsApp or Skype? Which one are you
Not
using?
WhatsApp, Skype. I mean Skype. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, I'll be back in a second, guys.
Well, there's a lot of scientists now saying that serotonin is more or less a placebo as well, aren't they? After all the years they've prescribed it for depression.
Serotonin's not even a drug.
No.
It's just
they've proved that all the millions and millions and millions of people around the world that have been given it for depression, it does absolutely nothing at all. All it has is a placebo effect.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was released in a report somewhere last week.
With these people have been doing this since the 1960s. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like, it's not like it's something new. It was just invented a couple of years ago when a fucking couple of dingbats went swinging a fucking plastic dildo in children's faces in front of a library. They've been doing this for fucking years. They're trying to normalize the sexualization of children. And they're trying to normalize it. And even now, they're using the word groomer, and they're trying to normalize the word groomer in general parlance in the English language, right? Why would you normalize the word groomer in the English language? Why would you try to even normalize it? Do you know what I mean? What they're trying to do is they're trying to
groomer,
say, right, okay,
pet groomer, even the Queen's got groomsmen.
Say if you was for argument's sake, let's take this as a ballpark, you know, I don't know, let me grab something out of the air, right? Say you're a lesbian teacher and you're trying to get across to your children's students that, you know, you should be accepting of this or accepting of that or accepting of that. I mean, normally an adult doing that to a child would be called a groomer. You're grooming children to believe in your sexual orientation, right? Now, what's happening now is they're turning the word groomer into a socially acceptable word. Since when was grooming a socially acceptable fucking word?
Well, when you're a pet groomer, a horse groom, or you're the Queen's groomsman.
Well, no, let's not take it out of context.
Go on, answer that one.
Well, don't take it out of context.
Is that socially not acceptable? To be a horse groomer, pet groomer, or the Queen's groomsman?
Well, if you're grooming a dog, that's fine.
Well, exactly. So grooming is an acceptable word.
What they're
it's
using
the meaning
context.
Of the word.
Listen to the context.
Yes, it's the meaning of the word in certain situations, not the word itself.
So I don't care if you're a horse groomer or dog groomer or cat groomer or whatever you are. But you can't fucking teach this shit on a sexual basis to children and accept that grooming is okay as a word. That's not
used in that context.
We're on your side, yeah. We're on your side. I'm
that's what they're using it for. That's what they're using it for.
I know. We're on your side. So
unless you go to a Mohammedan school, where
I can't see his name. Sorry, hang on a second.
Where right, okay,
Roger.
Right, okay,
sorry, Roger.
Yes, mate.
Roger, what I'm saying is, yes, okay, if you're going to teach your child to be a dog groomer or a cat groomer or a horse groomer, right, then I think that's acceptable. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
but
when
they're
you try and
saying
use,
they want to turn it into a hate word.
Use that word groomer, right, and use it towards children as if what they're trying to do, right, is they're trying to say that if a child wants to be a gay man, or a girl wants to be a boy, or a boy wants to be a girl, and you consist yourself as a groomer, which you're encouraging them to change sex, that's acceptable. Would you agree with that or not?
No, it's not acceptable.
Right, exactly.
What I'm saying is,
so get it into context.
Are you going to shut the hell up for a minute so I can answer?
Get it into context before you start commenting.
Take a chill
pill.
pill.
Nothing to do with horses and cats and dogs.
Take a chill pill.
It's not a hate word until you take it out of context, and they are trying to turn it into a hate word.
Yes. Right, Ian's been trying to speak, so I want to give Ian a chance.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not really good at speaking, but
it's fine.
Take your time.
Can somebody explain to me why a Muslim gentleman can marry an 8-year-old child?
It's their culture.
If that is
their culture.
If that is not grooming, I don't know what is.
It is grooming in this country. There was an Arab Muslim male that came here about 15 years ago with a 12-year-old.
No. One came here 7 weeks ago and got deported
That's exactly
because he turned up with a 7-year-old child.
Yes.
Right? Okay. He said was his wife.
Yes,
but their culture.
In this country,
yeah, it's their culture. They're trying to shift into this country. That's the worrying thing.
But they're trying to move the goalposts, so they're in this country.
Sorry,
that's
Ian,
what I said to Tina before. We're just going to stop.
Sorry,
it's going to be illegalized in this country that a man can go with a 5-year-old.
Let's. Sorry, Ian, I missed the original question that you said.
The original question was, why can a 45-year-old man, right? Okay, be married to a 8-year-old child in this country? And it does go on because, right? Okay, the police come and raided next door to where I live, where the 45-year-old man was.
Right. Okay. So again, this is the normalization of it. It doesn't matter whether this guy was Japanese married to an 8-year-old kid or Muslim.
No, he's a Muslim.
Don't get me wrong. Let's look at this from a genuine perspective, right? If there's the biggest grooming gang and the biggest child rape gang on this planet, right, is the Catholic fucking Church. There you go. How do you like those onions?
Fleek, if you look at the stats, it's generally Muslims, then it's Chinese, then it's black people.
Doesn't matter what religion you are.
Just let me finish. I've let you finish.
Probably the only religion on this planet that isn't raping children is probably Buddhists. Do you know what I mean? Other than that, take your fucking pick. Do you know what I mean? Because none of them have ever been prosecuted. None of them have been fucking taken to trial. So there's no figures. They don't know whether the Pakistanis or the Indians or the Muslims or the Catholics or the Protestants or whoever is doing the most grooming, right? But it ain't a load of fucking kebab fucking holders in fucking Preston that are doing it. Do you know what I mean?
Can I answer?
There's a shitload of fucking bigger people out there that are doing this shit. Right?
Where the Roman Catholic Church has just apologised for it.
Oh, they just apologise. So if I commit crimes, I can just apologise for it, and that makes
the police do it all the time.
Can I answer Ian's question? Can I answer?
I stole Pap's car yesterday. I apologise. I get let off, do I? I don't. I go to prison for theft.
Fleek, Tina might say something.
Sorry. Can just say this quickly before I forget it? I reported. Sorry, Ian. I reported something a couple of months back, I think it was, about how the police. I can't remember what county it was. Were using not restoration orders. I can't remember what it's called now. They was using orders basically where if you say sorry, okay, then you don't record, and they were using it on sexual offence.
Yeah.
There's a reparation.
Now, Ian, regarding your question, when somebody
First time you say sorry, you're admitting to something.
So, Ian, my name's Tina, by the way. When you
okay, Tina.
ask the question, my love, the law is clear in this country, and it has been for years. It doesn't matter what your faith is, you must abide by the laws in the UK. In the UK, it is unlawful to marry a child under the age of 16. So if you don't want to lose your wife, as they call it, don't come to this country.
Yeah, that's going up to 18 soon, Tina.
There have been many people removed. Social services have taken the child away and the children. The one 15 years ago was only 12, and she'd already had 2 pregnancies. The laws in this country, as it's put up there, Sharia law is not law in this country, so they marry them in their country. But if you come here to settle, you cannot have a child as a bride under the age of 16.
No.
They will deport you.
Well, there's 3 people in this state they should come and arrest then.
Right. I completely agree with Tina on that respect. That if you come to the, and I don't care what country you go to, do you know what I mean? If you think that marrying a fucking 8-year-old is acceptable, you're a sick human being. It's as simple as that. Regardless of your religion, is irrelevant. Even if you were a Buddhist and you thought that marrying an 8-year-old child, right, was acceptable, you're a sick human being. It's as simple as that.
Why are Greater Manchester Police still turning the blind eye to him?
That's
because they're scared of being accused of being racist.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
That's what it is. Because imagine if I, as a white Catholic, right, tried to marry a 6-year-old girl, right? Do you think I'd last as long as an Islamist that married a 6-year-old girl? Go figure that out. You know what I mean? Go figure that out, because they can't arrest him because it would look racist. But if they can arrest me because I'm a white male, so they can arrest me for it, but they won't arrest him for it.
That's because the white male Englishman isn't a
then I go and
group.
fix it then.
Exactly. And I don't give a shit who it is. At the end of the day, if you think you can marry an 8-year-old, right, then you're a sick human being. I don't give a shit what your skin color is. I don't give a shit what your religion is. I don't give a shit what country you come from. I couldn't give 2 flying fucks. Right? At the end of the day, if you think you can marry an 8-year-old girl or an 8-year-old boy or whatever it is, right, you're a sick human being.
Now, all they'd have to do to sort all this is treat everybody the same, whether you're a minority group, a majority group, or whatever. If they're all treated the same and they're treated the same under the same fucking laws, we wouldn't have half this problem.
No.
If you don't,
I've been saying this for years.
Then I go and fix it then.
Sorry, can I just point out a comment I've noticed in the comment section by Outlaw King, saying the biggest child sex traffickers are white and not linked to Asian countries. By the way, best knowing facts before making statements. The first things first, skin colour should never come into it in the first place. Right?
Agreed.
Get that out of the way. He's clearly never watched and seen that thing that Tommy Robinson did about the rape of Britain. About the victims, by the way, of these child.
You only have to come to my estate, and then you would understand.
Yeah, I mean, like with Tommy Roberts, what he's done in this documentary, he's interviewed and he's took all the statements for different victims, actual victims of these grooming gangs. Now, a lot of these victims they don't know each other. They've been interviewed, and time again that there's certain names that be popping up again and again.
They've got 42 years worth of evidence and they've never acted on it once.
They've never acted. Why?
Because the Muslims,
and the copper,
Roger, the
chief
Muslims
constable stood outside a station and admitted that on camera. 42
because the Muslims,
years
Roger,
of evidence,
we
and they
can't
haven't
touch
acted
them.
on any of it.
They get accused of being racist.
Right. Okay. Let's take this down to the basics. Right. Let's take this down
Basic
to the basics.
Fluke. The dirty bastards. They need.
Yeah,
we need to do something against them.
Careful what you say.
I don't disagree. What I'm saying is, right, is when it becomes political, right, it becomes a political football, right? Now, you look at BLM, right? In London, during the pandemic, BLM were protesting, smashing windows, turning over cars, fucking trashing people's fucking property, and this, that, and the other, and the police did fuck all, right? And then when climate change was out there doing exactly the same thing, they did fuck all.
Fuck
right?
all.
When people were out there demonstrating COVID lockdowns and all the rest of it, the police went in there and started smashing people's fucking heads in. That's when it becomes political. That's when you've got to realise that the police have become political. And much as I don't like fucking Churchill, you know, and the speeches that he made, one speech he did make a point, right? And he said, when the police become politicized, you've lost your country, right? And that's exactly what happened in the last 2 years, because they will police certain demonstrations that the government doesn't like, actually COVID or, you know, anti-vax or whatever you want to call it, right? But they'll go along with the BLM and they'll go along with the, you know, the climate change bullshit,
and they're still doing it. That's why
I mean, and they'll go along with that. That's okay because it's politically acceptable. Now, at the end of the day, there's no way that there's no way
big life mansions.
The police are supposed to uphold an oath, and in that police oath, it says it understands that they have the fundamental right to uphold every fucking fundamental human right, which essentially, first and foremost, upholds your right to freedom of speech. Now, if I want to fucking speak out against COVID, I'll speak out against COVID. If people on BLM want to speak out against BLM, let them speak out against BLM. If people want to speak out against climate change, let them speak out against climate change. But don't single me out when I talk about COVID and government policy on COVID. The police will arrest me and put me in fucking prison for it. But they won't do the same thing to BLM, and they won't do the same fucking thing to fucking climate change.
Again, you're talking about politicisation, and you're absolutely correct. These decisions come down from the Home Secretary. The Home Secretary will hear about a protest. She'll hear about a protest, and what she'll do, or whoever is at the time, and I know this is true because I've seen the evidence. The Home Secretary will contact the chief of police for that area and tell them whether or not they are happy for that protest to go ahead. Yeah. And it is all to do with trying to make the government look good by using the police as their own personal Gestapo to shut down people's freedom of gathering, freedom of speech, and all the rest of it on a whim. And the person at the top making the decision, i.e. the person in government, gets no backlash because, as far as anyone's concerned, it's a decision that was made by the chief superintendent or the chief of police, and it's not. It comes higher up, comes from much higher up than that. Guys, listen.
Nothing's been done about the immigrants until it actually made mainstream media.
Just let me say, I'm going to have to wrap this up shortly because I've hit a wall, and I'm going to start struggling in a minute. So we'll have to start wrapping this up soon. I apologise. Go on, Fluke.
Yeah, all I was going to say was this goes beyond government, right? This goes beyond government. This is World Economic Forum bullshit, right?
Yeah.
You go along with whatever the World Economic Forum says. If they said that BLM can do what they want to do and climate change want to do whatever they do, then the government will let it happen. If you go against COVID lockdowns, then the government will come against you for that. So basically, get along, as long as you go along with whatever the World Economic Forum says you can and can't say. That's the point. And the point is the government is bought and paid for by the World Economic Forum, right? And they'll go along with whatever Klaus fucking Nazi Schwab has to say.
Fucking Dr. Evil.
Can I say my point before I shut down, please? Right?
Yeah, I'm going to listen to Ian as well after you, Tina, because Ian was trying to say something a minute ago.
We talk about race. There is only one. It's the human race. This has been proven time and time again. So who teaches us about these different cultures that they get war against? We have been pitted for years against people of different colours. It is wrong. It is the government that do this. We've got ourselves fighting amongst each other on different races, different colours. There's one human race, one man, one woman. Okay, that was what was apparently created in Christianity, if you believe that. But that's the truth. There's only one human race. The rest of what we follow is cultural differences. The colour of your skin is determined by your genetics and where your family lived originally. There is no such thing in this country of a pure white person. We are all mixed race, all of us. Do a DNA test.
We all come from African lineage. If you go back far enough, we all come from there.
What the government don't want us to believe. They're telling us we're pure. We're 100% white. We're not. I dared a guy who is a racist. He's part of an EDL, whatever Nazi group. And I said to him, I'll give you £100 if you take a DNA test and it comes back and tells me that you're 100% white. He never got back to me because he wouldn't dare do the damn test. I've done mine and I got 30% African in my genealogy. Spanish, a bit of European, bit of stuff, bit of Scottish, all that kind of thing. But it came back 30%. And I wasn't surprised by that. We've got to get it out of our heads of what the government has fed us for years, that there are several different races. There isn't. There's only one. It's just different culture.
But this goes back to what I've said millions of times already. And Ian, I'll let you speak in just 1 second, mate. Is the government and the people at the top, they want us to believe that we are all segregated into these little groups of people, okay, so that we are constantly bickering and fighting against each other rather than coming together, okay, for a common fight. And that is opposing them.
How many times have I said that on my channel? Until this country comes together, no matter what group you're in,
divide and conquer.
Nothing done about the government.
It's worked for millennia. Divide and conquer.
The stories they okay, again, I'm talking about Muslims as well here, okay, because there are Muslims out there that are absolutely fine. I've got no issues with them. I've only got issues with the radicals, right? So in any of these groups, I've got issues with the radicals in them, okay? But we are being taught to, they'll put a story out about Muslims, for example, blowing up, let's take the 7-Eleven thing, blowing up the bus and all that stuff, right? What did that do? That turned a lot of white people into being concerned about the Muslims. Okay, but it was radical Muslims that created that problem. They talk about, they put all this thing in about LGBT, and there are lots of people out there like you, like me, okay, like some of the people watching, not all of you, but some of the people watching who have an issue about having this stuff forced upon us. Okay, so what happens? We then have a problem. We don't have a problem with the government as such for making us feel that way against people. We have a problem with the people that they've made us feel aggrieved by. Okay, so we are constantly the same as black and whites and all the rest of it. These stories come out so that the blacks think that the whites are racist, the whites think that the blacks are, that we're being oppressed now by being made to feel like we've got white privilege, and we don't take it out on the government, or lots of people aren't thinking to themselves,
taking it out on each other.
Yeah, this is the government that's doing this, not each other. And we need, as Tina says, we need to look at each other as a single group of people, okay, the human race, citizens, whatever you want to call us, okay, and that's exactly what we are. Yeah, we all bleed the same colour. We are all human beings, and we should all be there to help and support one another. But forcing shit on each other with government sanctioned forcing, okay, propaganda is what that is what is causing people to turn against each other. Ian, sorry, mate, go ahead.
Sorry, Dan. I'd just like to carry on from what you were just saying. If we haven't got the time to trust and love each other, we haven't got time at all. Right? Okay. We're all born under the same sun, and we should embrace each other's cultures. Right? Okay, and live as one. Right, okay.
Exactly, and we all bleed red, and we should all fucking stand up together.
And the nice thing about this country is it gives us this gift, right? Okay, where we can have debate with each other, right? Okay, but we still come together as one, right? Okay,
we can't anymore, Ian. We can't anymore in this country.
We can, but we're not taking time. Right, okay, to stop and try and understand what each individual person is trying to say. Right, okay, I've got a lot of things I'd like to say about stuff, right, okay, which has happened, but you know, we're not programmed, but we are individual, and we've got a time where we can, you know, reach out, touch each other, love each other, right, okay, and be still
that's
individual.
The thing. The government are trying to take that individuality away from us.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Take away our individual personalities.
Take away our identity, as it were.
It always reminds me of the film The Island.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here's one for Dan. What I'll do, Dan, I'm going to find out which Home Secretary and which MPs voted on that bill to reduce the age of sex education down to 5 in 2019.
We got to stop this because children should not be determining their sex before they're 18 years old.
Right. Okay, Tina. Just a quick word is that policy came from the World Economic Forum and the IMF and the World Health Organization as well.
And Angela wants to come back
So
on.
you can cross-reference those against.
Yes, I will. But our MPs made that decision to put that bill through in 2019. No, it existed.
Dan, I'm not big on big
what
on words.
Sick motherfucker
right, okay,
puts that sort of policy in place for education of children that, you know,
I don't like
just
swearing.
disgusting. I don't give a shit.
Angela wants to say a piece.
I don't give a shit who comes up with a policy like that. It doesn't matter if it's Klaus Schwab or Boris Johnson or, you know, fucking Mario Draghi or whoever it is. But the point is how sick is a policy like that for anyone to come up with, whether you're Labour, Liberal Democrat, Conservative, World Economic Forum.
Anyway, guys, it was nice to speak to you this evening.
Nice to speak to you.
Sorry, I stammer and stutter and things.
It's fine.
No,
Ian, never apologise, mate. Never apologise.
Ian, you're fine, mate. You're fine, mate. Don't worry. Always come on, mate. Always come on.
All right.
Thank
you. Take care of yourself, Ian.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go now. Goodbye.
I'm going to say thank you.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Night, Tina.
See you later, Tina.
Bye,
For those that watch, I'll see you in tomorrow's video.
Dan, Angela wants to say a piece.
I did let her back in. I was just waiting for her to. Go on, Angela. No, gone again.
Gone again.
Yeah. She ain't got in a fucking argument. That's why.
Well, guys, I'm gonna call it there. I've hit a wall. I'm starting to yawn my head off, and it just makes me look really rude. Listening to you guys and yawning my arse off. So I don't want to do that.
Just don't show us your ass, Pap.
Oh no, don't worry.
Again,
that's private. That is. Thanks
show
for
us your ass yawning.
Yawning Heppel.
Angela's back. Angela, hello, Angela.
Yeah. It's not about having a fucking argument, but the way you speak to women is disgusting for a start. Well, secondly, everyone's entitled to their opinion. I have a literal thing. It's called literal mind. yeah, where when people say things, it's like in a literal way, yeah. So therefore, I'm thinking that you're on about sending drag queens, literal drag queens like you see in Blackpool, wherever, yeah, going into schools, swinging cocks around.
Oh God.
Fluke,
Dan, is that not how I think?
Let me just Angela, and obviously I don't want to sound rude or anything like that. See you later, Roger. Don't want to sound rude or anything, but Angela sees things very literally. So, for example, we've told jokes on this channel before. I can't remember what jokes they were, and Angela's, you know, again, I'm not trying to be nasty to Angela, but I've had a message from Angela saying what did that mean? I've taken it the wrong way, and I've explained it to her, and she takes it very literally. It's just the way that Angela's mind works. We can be discussed.
That I've been through, and it's like the stages in life you have to go through in the first 5 years. When things happen to you at a young age, it stops that part of the development in that obviously them stages, and that's just the way it is. So I see things the way that people say. That's what I'm saying. And do you know what? I don't care who teaches my child, whatever, old, young, black, white, any colour, any gender, as long as they're getting the education and they're safe and they're being looked after.
God,
and
statist.
What do you mean? You've got to realise, hang on a minute, you've got to realise though, yeah, that these things are happening day-to-day lives. As adults, we're talking about this all the time. What kind of an example are we setting to these children when everyone's being either very protective against people or very negative against people, and yet they're trying to be taught to be all-inclusive. Everyone should be friendly, but yet as adults and as people that we're meant to be setting the example for, we're just all at each other. But on the next minute, we're getting told to just be together and be one. To be one.
Can I make a point there, Dan? Because that's an important point to make, right? And the important point to make is the fact that you're sending your children to a statist school where they're going to indoctrinate your children to believe in the left-right paradigm, right? On top of that, they're going to indoctrinate your children as young as 4, 5, 6 years old into whatever sex, sex, whether it be male against female or male on male or transgender or this, that, and the other. Why do you need to teach 5-year-olds about that? You don't.
Have you looked at the curriculum?
Can you imagine if I went into your primary school
before you start shouting over me and being disrespectful? Have you read the curriculum?
Hang on a minute. I've known the curriculum, mate. I've just fucking mentioned it about 10 minutes
ago. 4, 5, 6, and 7.
How would you like it if I went into your school in front of your child and stuck my cock up my girlfriend's arse and told your fucking daughter how to take it up the arse? How would you feel about that?
That isn't what happens.
Oh, no. So it's nothing to do with sexual, unless it's gay or lesbian or transgender, then it's okay.
Do you know what concerns me more than anything? Deviant minds like that. Do you know what? If you read the curriculum,
deviant minds. These people have been trying to fucking teach children for fucking 60 fucking years how to masturbate children in schools.
All right, calm.
You've got one time for nature.
And you're worried about fucking people with plastic cocks. Do you know what I mean? And that ain't fucking acceptable.
The only hope,
get your fucking shit together, girl. Get your shit together. Do your research.
I've done research.
Get your shit together.
I work in child safeguarding for a start.
Right, okay, I'll tell you what. If you work in child safety, right?
No,
start looking up Alfred C. Kinsey, right? And another bloke called John Money, right? Start there.
I don't need to because I know the truth.
Oh, you don't need to because you don't want to know the truth, do you?
No, it's not about
because
truth.
Those are the people. They've been doing this since the 1960s, masturbating children in schools. Children.
Name me one school.
4-year-old.
Name me one school that since the 60s that's happened in.
Right. Okay. let's talk about
No,
this.
just answer, no, just answer that question.
Why is it now policy?
Answer the one question. You made a statement. Answer it.
I'm making a policy. I'm making a statement, right? The
Just
statement
give me
is
the answer at school. That's all I want to know.
right. The statement is the policy in schools in every European country, and you can look it up. It's on the European Union's website under education. It talks about sexualization of children. Debate.
Why can't you just give me the name of the school that you're referring to?
It's not the school, it's a policy.
No,
it's a
hold on a minute.
European-wide policy that talks about the sexualization of children and the fact that they should be taught how to masturbate from the age of 4 years old. Right?
No, it doesn't. No, I'm sorry,
No,
but
it
no,
doesn't. Oh, it doesn't exist. I just imagined
If you
it.
have a look at the English, Welsh, and Scottish curriculum from the age of 3 to 7 or 8, what it does actually turns around and says categorically they're taught about protecting their private parts because the majority of abuse that happens in the home. Then that's why they're saying you can talk to teachers.
This is how mad people are. This is how mad.
What do you mean how mad people are?
Go and do some
it
research.
happened to me.
You've got the internet. Try and use one
I don't need to use the internet when I've got personal experience.
Other than Google, use another search engine. Yeah.
No, I don't need to
give you
because it
about 6
happened to
other
me.
search engines, right? This is what I do. This is what I do.
I couldn't give two flying fucks what you do.
Well, exactly, because you can't give two flying
experience.
fucks because you've got a belief in your head that
It's not
you're
belief,
right and everybody
I'm
else
just
is wrong.
2
Why
years
are they
on that.
teaching children to masturbate in schools European-wide?
Like I've just said.
Go and fucking
tell me
Google
one
it, for
school.
fuck's sake. Even Google will give you that fucking answer.
Well, you
Don't tell
Google
me
it.
what school they're doing it. They're doing it nationwide in every school, in every 28 fucking European countries.
But they're not.
Okay.
Oh, they're not. Oh, they're not. Okay, I just made it up.
Okay. Right. Yeah. No. Listen. Let's chill out. Let's
Fucking
chill
hell,
out.
you're off your rocker, mate.
Let's take a chill pill. I need to end this. I've got. It's after 1 o'clock now. I've hit my wall. I can feel my eyes going.
Take it easy, Dan.
I want to thank everybody.
Can I just say one last thing before we kick off? At the end of the day, what it all boils down to, it's not who's teaching our kids, but it's what they're teaching them. And kids should be taught not what to think, but how to think.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I agree.
That's 100%.
Guys, Bobby, Ian, I'm sorry. I've got to wrap this up now. I know you're sitting in the back room there waiting to come on, but I have to wrap this up. I'm absolutely fucked now. But everybody that's been on this evening, thank you again. Thank you to all the new channel members as well. Much appreciated. I love you all. Lucifer, Sonic, Angela, Fluke, thank you for jumping on the stream. Roger and the rest of the guys that popped on earlier, thank you. Everybody that's called in, thank you. At the end of the day, these live streams, it's about getting you guys to talk, and that's exactly what's been going on this evening on some very interesting topics as well. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you all. Well, members, I'll see next weekend. Next Sunday night, members live stream.
Say quickly, Dan, thanks for having me on. Much appreciated.
No worries.
It can be a bit controversial, but I appreciate you having me on.
No problem.
It's just for you, mate.
Yeah, as I say, next weekend, next Sunday is members only live stream. We'll be giving away the T-shirt, and then in the very near future, I'll be giving away, as I said earlier, one of these wireless microphones. I'm waiting for one USB-C and one iPhone adapter to turn up, and they should be with me within the next couple of weeks. And when they do, I'll be chucking one away on the normal live streams like this one, and then the other one will be going on the members only live stream. So thanks again, everybody. Bumblebee T, again, our thoughts are with you with regard to what happened. If you need anybody, you've got access to people in the Discord chat, so feel free to reach out if you need anybody.
Was it crafts and other stuff? It was earlier that got the cop.
Craft, we'll find out about that tomorrow. But yeah, other than that, I'm gone. So everybody take it easy.
All right.